Pfizer and others were way ahead on vaccines. You wouldn't have a vaccine if it weren't for me for another 4 years, because FDA would have never been able to do what they did, what I forced them to do. And Pfizer and others even decided to not assess the results of their vaccine. In other words, not come out with a vaccine until just after the election.
Even bond traders are buying Bitcoin. Even bond traders are buying gold. I have a lot of clients in New York that all they do is handle large endowments, the biggest endowments in the world. And they told me in March that gold will be one of the great investments. They believe that Bitcoin will be one of the great investments in 2020. And these are people that don't necessarily aren't looking at it. And the reason they knew it is because bond traders said, I'm going to get out of the bond market right now. They're going to get money cheap. I'm going to move into gold. Gold is the natural place to go during this situation. So the question people are asking us is, how long will this go, right? Will this go through 2021, 2020, 2023?
Global lockdown, effective safeguard to threat of corona. I'm going to share that article with you in a moment. Great reset and new digital currency. Today's guest, Colin Plume. Now, let me share with you a few statistics. Polling errors and voting inconsistencies, election lawsuits all lead to uncertainty. Uncertainty is great for gold, up almost 30% this year alone. Biden will rejoin Paris Climate Accord. This means greater green energy requirements and laws, higher demand for silver to use in eco-friendly systems, vehicles, and other products. Oil, airlines, and other sectors continue to lose money and shed jobs. Unemployment is soaring across America, as is the corona numbers. Bankruptcies, mortgage, credit card, auto, and student debt delinquencies are at an all-time high. Plans to increase stimulus means increased public debt, which stands at over $27 trillion, a 35% increase over the past 4 years. Now, the basic outlook is massive uncertainty and volatility, all of which is fantastic for precious metals as well as Bitcoin going forward. Today's guest is Colin Plume. Mr. Plume is a fan favorite. I have had multiple requests to get Colin back on the show. He's a personal friend of mine who creates and looks after wealth for his clients, advising them on strategy and the management of their assets. Over 15 years experience in property insurance, commercial real estate, and precious metals investments. Colin is well-versed and a fine-tuned machine when it comes to finance and economics. He has helped investors guard their wealth for years, and during the last recession, aligning clients' interests in retail shopping centers from California to the American heartland by making sure they averted financial ruin. It was also while researching recession and its effects for his clients that Colin discovered some very important books. The Creature from Jekyll Island, A Second Look at the Federal Reserve by G. Edward Griffin, and Economic Forecasts by libertarian author Ron Paul. These warned of the next financial crisis, predicting a far deeper and much more damaging scenario than any which has gone before. This research has led Colin to discover the inherent value of gold, silver, and cryptocurrencies that separate you from the controlled and centralized fiat fractionalized banking system. So, today's articles of discussion: the global lockdown, an effective safeguard in responding to the threat of COVID-19. I'm going to do a quick screen share with you. This is directly from the article. You can find this at Wiley Online Library. And this is the original paper, free access. Here are the authors right here. You can see all the authors. And this was published the 24th of September this year. And it's titled Global Lockdown, an Effective Safeguard in Responding to the Threat of COVID-19. Now, I'm just going to ask your opinion of this. Do you think that this is a smart thing to do? Is this the right thing to do? Your thoughts. Leave them in the comments section. Or maybe you're watching this live at leakproject.com, or maybe you're enjoying this at our YouTube channel, youtube.com/clandestine time lord. But here's the abstract: rationale, aims, and objectives. The recent outbreak of corona has infected around 1,560,000 10th of April 2020, which has resulted in 95,000 deaths globally. While no vaccine or antiviral drugs for COVID are available, lockdown acts as a protective public health measure to reduce human interaction and lower transmission. The study aims to explore the impact of delayed planning or lack of planning for the lockdown and inadequate implementation of the lockdown on the transmission rate of COVID. So I'm not going to get into what I think about this. I want to hear what you think about it. So definitely something, though, that I am aware of, and this is something that's being presented as a solution to shut everything down. Well, you know who would really like that? I think the World Economic Forum and the WHO would certainly enjoy that. Now, look at this. This is just my opinion, folks, but here's what it says directly from the WHO. Or actually, this is from the World Economic Forum. There is an urgent need for global stakeholders to cooperate in simultaneously managing the direct consequences of the COVID crisis to improve the state of the world. The World Economic Forum is starting the Great Reset Initiative. Oh, shut everything down, and then you could just reset everything. Well, what does that mean, Bob? Well, let's ask Business Standard here. Let's take a moment of pause and let's look at some happy news from Business Standard. U.S. presidential elections, gold headed for the biggest weekly gain since July. And also, will the second wave of corona boost gold? This is from investors.ideas.com. And when Colin comes in, I'm going to talk to him about this. But there's been a recent minor dip in gold over the past 30 days. So it might be a great opportunity right now. If you look at gold over the past 6 months, it's gone up about 7%, very steady. If you look at it over the past 5 years, over 73%. Now let's look at cryptos in a moment, but I want to show you this. What's next for gold? We're going to ask Colin what he sees next for gold after this little dip, and now it's starting to move up again. Was this an opportunity to consolidate? This is very interesting. I think that this Great Reset Initiative is moving towards a digital currency, and this is from American Banker. A Fed digital currency looks inevitable. So do the problems. You don't say. So cryptocurrencies that are decentralized give us an option to stay out of a centralized system that could link us to a blockchain that could record all of our thoughts and emotions and only pay us when it deems we have done and thought what we were supposed to do and think. Now, this is CoinMarketCap. Let's do an update on this. Let's see what we've got over the past 24 hours. Bitcoin is smoking. I mean, whoa, $18,565 and change as of right now, according to CoinMarketCap. That's up over 14% the past 7 days. Let's go look at Litecoin, up 28%, over 28% the past 7 days. There are some amazing opportunities in cryptos as well. So that's one of the things I really appreciate about Noble Gold Investments is you can always move it into precious metals, you can move it into cryptos, you can move it back into stocks. It's all about options. And one of the cool things about Bitcoin, as I've told you so many times before, is you can be a part of something that is not centralized. And it's kind of like having a bank in your pocket if you've got your keys in your pocket. It's pretty cool. So I want to hear what Colin has to say, what he sees and projects over the next few weeks, over the next few months, over the next few days. I mean, are we going into a digital currency system? What's that going to mean for Bitcoin? And if we don't, what's it going to mean for Bitcoin? Wow, a lot going on, folks. And how do you feel about this global lockdown? And what's this going to do for the small businesses? What's it going to do for the big businesses? Billionaires are making billions of dollars during the outbreak, literally. What about you? Bring in Colin, talk to him. So happy. I got to say, Colin, thank you for sending me this 24 karat gold American Eagle coin. This is, I like showing it off, man. All right, do you have any of these left?
Maybe, possibly we do have some left. Yeah. They're, that is a great coin. It's a limited edition coin, great coin for gift. I would say usually this is the time of year where people buy those for grandkids or relatives, because how many toys or how many different things can you buy them, and if you buy that for your 5 grandkids, that's something that's going to go up in value, hopefully help them if they, decide to go to college down the road. So those quarter ounce or those 1/10 ounce gold coins are fantastic. And if you do an IRA with us, we're giving those coins away for free to anyone doing an IRA right now. So that's nice too. So.
Yeah, that's a bonus, and I appreciate that. And I want to thank you for doing that. I've had a few emails where people took advantage of that opportunity, and they said thanks. And I said, hey, thanks. Say thanks to Colin. He sent me one too. Now, I wanted to jump into the global lockdown and effective safeguard in responding to the threat of COVID. So,
Sure.
I mean, I'm not going to get into the science of it, but I want to talk about the economics. What is this going to do to many of these small businesses that have already gone through one lockdown, and this now they're like maybe kind of running on fumes, and they've got another one to look forward to?
Yeah, I mean the whole COVID was it was a devastating event that when you look at the economy in general, you typically have these events that are going to happen every 7, 10, 12 years that will shape us for the future. Obviously, 2008 was the last time that we saw that kind of collapse in the markets and the bailouts, and that was something that had a significant shift. But that was the last time you really saw the economy sort of dip in terms of jobs, and in terms of interest rates finally went up a little bit for a very short amount of time. And then now it's just been we've been on this ride up with the stock market. And so now you've seen this situation where we've had this incredible unemployment. We've had the government's giving out the generosity, government generosity right now is at an all-time high, which is just another word for stimulus or loans or PPP, any way you want to put it. So the central banks and the governments are just throwing money out at the problems we're having. And they're sort of in a pickle because obviously they don't have tax revenue coming in right now. People's incomes are down, even if they're working. A lot of people aren't going to pay any taxes. So you have all these tremendous loans going out, all this tremendous money going out the door, and really not a lot of money coming back in. Kind of like, when you buy a house, it's like everything goes out the door and to get in that house. And then you're a month later, you sit around and go, hey, I love this house, but I'm broke. That's what's happened with we're basically in a broke situation. We're $27 trillion in debt. It's up 36%. Our government debt is up 36% over the last 4 years. So central banks are in a pickle. They can't go any lower on interest rates. It's just how much lower can it get? So they're running out of ways to fix our economy. And I think the thing that's going to kick in pretty heavy next year is going to be inflation. We're going to see some pretty substantial inflation, food costs. I think a lot of the data, that silent killer, which is inflation. They call it the silent killer because typically it happens every day in a very small amount. But I think even next year, it's not going to be that silent. I think the cost of goods is going to go up pretty substantially. And, so people are going, how do I shift? How do I make sure I'm protected? And so that's why I've really been kind of looking at 2021 and forecasting and trying to see where the trends are going to be with, if we do have this new president, where are things going to go? And I think there's a few things that you can kind of hang your hat on. One is we're probably going to go back into the Paris Agreement, the green energy, which a lot of people would say is a good thing. And, the one thing about that is anything green energy silver is a big component of that. So I think silver is going to have a big position in where we're going with the new president as he takes office. I think that's one of the first things that President Biden will do. And then, just looking at the economy as a whole, will he raise taxes, not raise taxes? I think it's hard. It's going to be hard to raise taxes right now. I think that's pretty much out the way. As much as that's a fear out there, I don't think that's going to be feasible, unfortunately, to raise. I mean, most people can't afford to cover their, normal expenses. So I think we're going to see that shift. And then the thing that I've been really concerned about is the small investor and the micro buying that's been happening. So people buying a fraction of a stock or leveraging, Robinhood and all these apps where you can leverage money. I'm really concerned about the small investor right now who has got into the system because they want the piece of the American dream, but they don't realize that those mechanisms, when the markets turn the other way, they're going to lose substantially, unfortunately. So that's the one thing that I would say is people really need to watch out for when they're looking at some of these strategies. Like Charles Schwab has a situation where you can buy $5 into Tesla stock, but they don't realize that if you did $5 every month to get to that $1,000 stock, you're going to pay a small fee every time. That small fee is going to end up being a very large fee over time. So these are things that people need to watch. There's no get rich quick. It just doesn't, it's not out there. All the tried and true investments, all the investments that we do, they grow over time, and it takes patience.
Now, you have been extremely busy lately. I know that because of the situation, I mean, gold and silver and even cryptos have just been extremely hot. But I was looking at Bitcoin today at over $18,000,
Yeah.
and it just shot up. And I felt it. I knew it was going to happen. We've been talking about it.
Yeah.
So it's almost like that's the opposing faction to a system that's completely like this digital currency that is being promoted. There's technologies to go with a digital currency that is centralized. So I don't think everybody understands the difference between Bitcoin and centralized digital currency. Bitcoin is like the opposing faction. It's almost like the balancing effect, in my opinion, right now.
Yeah, like if the Federal Reserve came out and they did a reset of the dollar, that would be a centralized currency, even if it's digital. And I think that's where you're going with that. Whereas Bitcoin can't be centralized because it's not controlled by any one entity, and it can't be controlled by any. It's, when Bitcoin gets traded, there's miners that verify that transaction through a sophisticated mathematical formulation, and that's what keeps it independent of control. And that's why, to kind of go back to the last really devastating thing in our economy, 2008, Bitcoin came about in 2009. It was, a lot of people believe, a reaction to the bank bailouts in 2008, because as much as everyday people struggled in 2008, people that bought a home and then potentially lost it, the banks did not have that same type of economic situation because they got bailed out. So the creators, a lot of people believe the creators of Bitcoin were creating this as a reaction that, hey, we want a currency that if you can't just get bailed out. So there's no bailout for Bitcoin, right? The bigger picture is that everybody gets an opportunity to get into a currency that is not going to lose tremendous value over time. And, people compare Bitcoin and gold, and I think there's a lot of good comparisons there. But, when you look at these, the reason Bitcoin became so popular this year, the reason gold went up, one of the reasons was it has a limited supply. It's an alternative currency to the debt-laden currency that we have, this fiat money we have in the U.S. People, even bond traders are buying Bitcoin. Even bond traders are buying gold. I have a lot of clients in New York that all they do is handle large endowments, the biggest endowments in the world. And they told me in March that gold will be one of the great investments. They believe that Bitcoin will be one of the great investments in 2020. And these are people that don't necessarily aren't looking at it. And the reason they knew it is because bond traders said, I'm going to get out of the bond market right now. They're going to get money cheap. I'm going to move into gold. Gold is the natural place to go during this situation. So the question people are asking us is, how long will this go, right? Will this go through 2021 and 2020, 2023? And I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, but here's what I do know. This year was the biggest buying of gold in the last quarter of central banks than we've seen in almost 10 years. Germany, Poland, Russia, China, Kazakhstan, a few other countries that I can't think of right now, all bought a tremendous amount of gold this year. It's a big buying of gold. And so you have to ask yourself, if a central bank is willing to buy gold at a 27% increase from the year before, they must think that the price is going to be good going forward. They must still believe that it's still a value play for them as a central bank. So you have that sort of dynamic happening out there. They believe it. Then you have Bank of America in April this year saying that gold's going to hit 3,000. Right now we're in the mid 1850s. Gold did go to 2,060 at one point. Now it's back down, and had a little bit of a pullback. But Bank of America, no reason they should recommend gold, right? Can you go to Bank of America and buy a gold bar? No. Why would they recommend it? They recommend it because they think that's where things are going to go. They believe that it's a good asset to own. So you have these big players out there that are loving gold right now. They're loving alternative currencies. And I just don't think that that's a short-term belief. I think people believe that these investments are going to be good for some time. And yes, the stock market's still booming. It's still at these great numbers. But I think a lot of people still believe there's going to be a pullback there. So, having some gold as a hedge is smart. And I love where silver is sitting. Obviously I loved it at $14 when it hit in March and, bought a tremendous amount, but I still love silver at this price. I still think everything green energy, they need silver. We don't have enough silver to keep up. If the whole United States goes to solar panels, they do not have enough silver right now above ground to fulfill that obligation. So it's an exciting time. It really is. And I love the idea, Rex, of looking to the future, especially in a horrible year like this, where people want to put that year behind them. This is a great time with the holidays to sit down, look at your portfolio, look at your options and say, where are things going to go next year? And can I be ahead of that? Because everything is changing. More people working from home, cars, people aren't driving as much. A lot of these things, I was talking to somebody about a car. I guarantee you next month is probably the best month in history to buy a car, because they're going to be worked. People are not buying cars the way they used to, but if you need one, you could probably next month get one of the greatest deals you're ever going to need, because those dealerships need to unload those cars. And I'm not in the car business, so don't, but I'm just saying there's some deals there, because why not? Why wouldn't there be? They got to move that inventory, right? They got the new ones coming in. So I think there's a lot of exciting opportunities for people next year, or people going into last quarter this year and the next year. So I'm excited, as I've been in a long time, about this stuff.
Yeah, there's some great opportunities, but there's also a lot of people that are just extremely nervous, and they're not looking at the light at the end of the tunnel. They're just, they're stuck in the dark. And I want to talk about this for a minute, because with the numbers shooting up like they are with Bitcoin and with Ethereum and with Litecoin, and a lot of different cryptos, but those three are looking extremely well right now, as well as gold. Is it next? Are we at a point now where you see that there's still a nice run? Do you see it could get even a lot more bright next year?
Yeah, I do think we'll see some kind of correction in Bitcoin, because we are in a historic run. I don't know if it'll be before we hit 20,000, because that was the all-time high before, but I do think we'll see some kind of correction in Bitcoin. And I think the psychological battle of $10,000 Bitcoin was big, and we talked about that. Now we're well above that. So I don't know if it'll ever go below there again, but I will say that I do think we'll see some kind of correction in Bitcoin, maybe down to 12 or 13. But it's creating a lot of floors for itself. And I don't think PayPal taking Bitcoin as a currency, I don't even think that effect has even happened really yet. I know Bitcoin has gone up a lot, but the amount of people that use that service, for that trail to happen in just a month or two is not realistic. I think that's going to have an even bigger effect on PayPal and Bitcoin and how things are working. So I'm excited about where we're going, and I think Bitcoin is. I know you've been a big proponent of cryptos, and I love a lot of our clients right now are selling some of their Bitcoin and getting into gold or silver, or some are just cashing out in their IRAs because they're at such tremendous gains. And so that's, obviously very exciting that they're in a profit position. And that's what it's all about is minimizing your risk. And if you have a good profit, we have clients that bought Bitcoin in the, 3,700 range. So some of them are taking profits and that's so beautiful, especially in the IRA. They can just go into cash and then, decide what they want to do. So, we're definitely excited about that.
Oh, that's great. Now, with the Corona situation and with these small businesses going under and different industries changing and shifting, that reminds me a lot of 2007, right? As far as the markets go. But here's the big difference. The stock market is looking hot. Back in 2007, 2008, it took a huge hit. And the crypto market, that's like a whole new industry that's been added to these different money markets.
Yeah.
So it's kind of going hand in hand now. People are staying at home, and now they've got opportunities at home on their computer to do things, and then also the transportation industry might be a good, great opportunity right now too.
Yeah, well, and I think when you look at the price of things going up, I think you also have to look that our buying power is also equally going down as much. So I think it's not all, we're not living in a silo where it's just like the value of everything is going up, and yet where our buying power is also going the same route. Our buying power is dropping. The value of our dollar is dropping. So, as much as, these gains are sort of great in a lot of ways, people have to understand that what it costs to buy things has also gone up pretty dramatically too. Especially, you look at, the housing market, that's being propped up by, artificially low interest rates, right? That's why your neighbor's home has gone up 10, 15, 20% over the last year. It's just because the money is cheap. It has nothing to do with, that the value of your home is that much higher. It's just the dollar isn't really worth as much. So it's all relative in that way. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is being able to be and keep up, right? Is being able to keep up with that increased cost of living. And that's the name of the game right now, is being able to keep your cost of living down and then being able to keep up with the increase in prices and everything that's going to happen next year. Because you can't have all this money go out from the government and not see inflation next year. It's impossible. So it's going to come in a lot of different forms, and people just have to be prepared for it.
So somebody's got an IRA or a 401, they call you up and they convert it into gold, as an example. How long does that take?
Average rollover in an IRA is 7 to 12 business days. Could be a few days faster. A lot of it has to do with the custodian that the client has. What we've done is we have a team that basically walks you through the paperwork, gets it all signed, and then once we send the paperwork over to wherever your money is, we contact them to help them kind of move it along, because obviously that custodian has no incentive to send your money over. So, we try to, just stay on top of them and prod them along. And so that's a big part of our team. We have a full team that works. We have a 7-day-a-week team that does paperwork. And then 5 days a week, we call custodians to help move funds over. So that's a full staff for us here at Noble Gold, because we know we want to make it easy for people, and when they want to move their money, they want to do it quick. So we've streamlined that process, and everyone's here in the U.S. and people are always pleasantly surprised when they can talk to a live person to help them. So that's really important to us, to be available to people. And once they move the funds over, they can buy gold, silver, platinum, palladium, one of the metals, all of them. They can buy Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, all within the same account. So that's fantastic. And it's pretty easy process. No leveraged accounts. They own it. It's theirs, which we like. And that's the thing I love about precious metals, is that it's one of the few assets that people own that doesn't have any debt. There's no, it's not like buying, some kind of stock that maybe the corporation has debt, or, this is an asset, an investment you own that's debt free. And I think in today's day and age, that's important.
Man, I'm going all like Dungeons and Dragons and Legends of Zelda, thinking about, like, dude, you've got options: palladium, platinum, gold, silver, Bitcoin. And it's so cool. I'm like, yeah, power up, power up, power up. I
Get
like
that wand.
Yeah. Woo. So it's ascension, man. Right on. So I think that's great. I really like the options, and I thank you for that. And actually, somebody, a friend of mine and a friend of Kristen's, we've known him for a while. They placed a substantially large order a while ago, and they got their order. They were so happy, but I remember she said, "Man, I was a little bit nervous the first couple of days, and it got there really quick, but it was such a big order, and it came via mail, right? That she's like waiting at the door to sign off."
Sure.
And
sure.
then and they got it. She got it. They're super happy. But I just thought that was funny the way that she's like, yeah. And she told me how much she ordered by mail. And I was like, wow, that's
Yeah.
So,
I think that's the thing is that, it's a nondescript package. Nobody knows what you're getting. We call you when the tracking numbers, when the metals are going. And, but yeah, I mean, it's the last bit of liquid wealth that's kind of out there, right? I mean, now your friend has it, it's hers, it's in her possession, it's private, it's everything that she wants, and she can, put it in the safe or hide it and then give it to grandkids or whoever she wants, over time. And it's really beautiful that we can do that. And it's hers, she doesn't have to worry. That's what I like about this business. I've always liked is that we send it to you, or we store it for you if you need it to be stored. But at the end of the day, it's it's something that's yours and you own it. So
right on. Well, I can hear something in the background there, and I know you're working out of the house and you've got a lot going on and you've got company there. And thank you for spending time with us here at Leak Project, and thanks for the American Eagle gold coin.
My absolute pleasure. And if anybody wants to give us a call, 877-646-5347. They're going to get a lot of good advice, no pressure. And, we're here to help. So if anyone just has any questions, we're always available. And thanks so much, Rex. We appreciate it.
Right on. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Hit the bell. Be well. Also, subscribe to the Noble Gold YouTube channel. And there's some great podcasts there also. Be the change you want to see.
Truth Unveiled here, and today I'm keeping you updated with the world around you. Today we're going to be talking about some very serious stuff in case you haven't already heard or in case you don't already know about it, but I'm also going to be telling you folks later on in the video to come another part of the agenda that's not really being talked about at all. But right now we're here at Pfizer, which says Pfizer and BioNTech to submit emergency use authorization requests today to the US FDA for COVID-19 vaccine. Now, the reason this is so important is because, once again, they're so close to getting the vaccine out and administering it. Now, according to them, this does not mean that the vaccine has been approved for use yet. It just means that they're requesting it for authorization. But soon enough, the FDA will more than likely approve it, or will approve another one soon to come. But it says right here, in addition to today's submission to the FDA, the companies have already initiated rolling submissions across the plane, including in Australia, Canada, Europe, Japan, and the UK, and they plan to submit applications immediately to other regulatory agencies all around the world. They also expect to produce worldwide on the plane up to 50 million doses in just this year in so-called 2020 alone, and 1.3 billion doses, according to them, by the end of 2021. And notice here how they also say right here that the companies will be ready to distribute it within hours after authorization too. Now, folks, in the actual report, they're claiming that they're trying to get this out by the middle to the end of next month. So basically, within the month, they're planning to get this out to places such as CVS and Walgreens and the hospitals. That is what they're going for, and that is their target goal. Now, upon reading it more, you see that there's a statement from the chairman and CEO of it, and they claim that their work to bring about a safe and effective vaccine has never been more urgent as they continue to see an alarming rise in the number of cases around the plane. But this part I thought was interesting, where it says filing for emergency use authorization in the US and making the candidate available to the worldwide population as quickly as possible. And this is according to the CEO and co-founder of BioNTech, and they say we intend to continue to work with regulatory agencies worldwide to enable the rapid distribution of the vaccine among the plane. And as a company located in Germany in the heart of Europe, their interactions with the European Medicines Agency, or EMA, are of particular importance, and they have continuously provided data to them as part of their rolling review process. Now, again, folks, the thing you need to be thinking about is why the push so fast? Why are they pushing this so fast? Normally, it's supposed to take at least 5 years before a vaccine is ready to be introduced to the public. But the fact that this one has barely taken a year, some alarm bells should be ringing. Not only that, but recently the Army General Gustav F. Perna, who is the chief operating officer of Operation Warp Speed, has also said some alarming things at a recent press conference, and we're going to be going over that in just a moment to come. But basically, they were talking about the distribution of the vaccine and how they plan to distribute it across the U.S. jurisdictions, also known as Operation Warp Speed, and we're going to be looking at some of those documents later on in the video to come. However, I'm going to take you to the actual clip. Now, there are parts of it that are played, but if you would like to take a look at the full video, it will be linked in the description box below from the defense.gov website. You'll have to scroll down in order to see it, but here is what the Army General is saying. Once again, note how the military is involved.
So first, I just will say it is a large task, but it's a task that we are up for. And we're going to take a whole of America approach. That's why we're going to be able to do this. And we've been working on this now for over 6 months. Since the announcement 6 months ago on May 15th, we literally started planning accordingly. And it is the foundation of our planning started with the great experts at the CDC, and it's been extended to the jurisdiction planners so that we have a great collaborative plan on how to execute this together. Time associated with delivery. We will begin distribution of the vaccine within 24 hours after emergency use authorization is approved, right? And only after the science has determined and approved it accordingly, then we are poised and ready to begin distribution. Distribution will occur from our fill-finish sites, and we'll go to all 64 jurisdictions that we are responsible to ensure that they get vaccine for within 24 hours. So everybody, every jurisdiction will have access immediately. Second, we must have the states go through and sign their data use agreements. This is incredibly important, right, for the new vaccine going out to the American people. First, we must be able to see who got their first dose, where they got their first dose, and what vaccine did they receive as their first dose. Why? Because we must ensure that we can do the same for the second dose of each vaccine that we're sending out. The second thing, and really important, is we want to make sure that we have a good, consistent flow of vaccine out to the American people. And so our ability to track the uptake, the actual administration of the shot in an arm, is going to be essential to us making sure we deliver vaccine on a continuous basis. So really important. The third thing I would keep the jurisdictions working on is their actual rehearsals in the execution of the plan. We conduct tabletop exercises at this level, right, where all of government and industry and jurisdictions participate, but then we're expanding it now to actual execution down at the tactical level or down in the local cities. How do we work distribution of vaccine through the CVS, Walgreens, etc., at the hospital? How does it actually get received, unloaded, stored, and then administered? Is the rehearsals we're working. I continually emphasize this when I talk to jurisdictions. It is a great mechanism to check and double check to make sure everything is in place. What we're doing to make sure that that we are ready at this level after working these details for the last 6 months, as I've told the team, 2 things we must have. One, upon emergency use authorization, all of America must receive vaccine within 24 hours, as I said. I think this is incredibly important. Fair and equitable distribution of the vaccine throughout the country simultaneously. There is no haves and have-nots. It is an equitable distribution, and we are driving hard to make sure that that happens.
Now here's the actual website that you can find from the U.S. Department of Defense, the same organization that's helped funding these FEMA camps. Wow, how very ironic indeed, because they talk about Operation Warp Speed right here. Now on the website, the U.S. Department of Defense, they claim that the military will not be involved in distributing the vaccine to the public. But what about what Trump said just a few months ago involving and regarding the military?
One issue that has come up is once you do have a vaccine, how do you properly distribute it? How do you get it out quickly to millions?
Well, when we have the vaccine, we have the military all lined up. We have the military all lined up. We have the military all lined up. And the military is going to be doing it in a very powerful manner. The military is going to be doing it in a very powerful manner. These are people that don't usually do vaccines. They do soldiers and they do lots of other things that frankly are more difficult.
And as we've also gone over, based on what we're already starting to see in the UK with the military there, with schools, and also just on the streets, as we've talked about on this network, we already see where this is leading up to soon enough to be for the rest of the world. But here we are at the actual website, Operation Warp Speed, that talks about accelerated vaccine process. Now you see right here, they want to bring about 300 million doses of this within the next 6 weeks. Now, again, the typical process takes about 73 months to complete, or well over 6 years. But for their accelerated process of only 14 months, they're trying to tell you how they can accelerate the whole process in order to get this vaccine out. Now, I will link it in the description box below if you would like to read all of this on your own time. You definitely can, but for the sake of time, we will be moving on. Now, this page I also thought was very interesting and suspicious indeed. It comes from the same website, Operation Warp Speed, from the Department of Defense, which says right here, vaccine delivery milestones. Now, what's interesting is how their plan is right on the T, because they have authorization approval. They have already finished the phase 3 trials, according to them. Now they have the Data Safety Monitoring Board. Now, this is the part that's interesting, because isn't this where they are right now with the emergency use authorization, that once it's granted by the FDA following the recommendations by the Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee and independent analysis of drug manufacturing facilities, processes, and drug product data, that afterwards they're going to be looking to do what? Distribute it all over the country and soon enough all over the world as well. And we've been hearing this word a lot too when it comes to efficacy, and they're trying to say that, oh yeah, the vaccine is effective, it's 95% effective, it's playing right into their cards, right into their hands, just like we talked about with Bill Gates' website. They already knew about all of this stuff ahead of time. Now it says right here, for prioritization and allocation, this is how they're looking to get the vaccine out. They talk about the National Academics of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, vaccine priority, HHS security, allocation, which of course that's also what the Army General was talking about in the video, as well as how they're going to distribute the vaccine, who's going to get it first, where they're going to bring it to, and how they're going to allocate it to the people who need it first, such as healthcare workers, such as people on the front lines, such as paramedic workers, such as ambulance workers. Healthcare facilities and nursing homes for the elderly. Those are the places that they're looking to get the vaccine first. And then they talk about jurisdictions and federal agencies. That's also what was talked about in the video. And then, of course, delivery, because didn't the Army General say that it would begin 24 hours afterward, and that first doses would be available within 96 hours, only 4 days? Then they talk about the distribution administration sites, how they plan on distributing it to these different places like pharmacies, health clinics, long-term care facilities, hospitals, and etc. Again, this will be linked in the description box below for your own time and convenience. This website called ID2020.org that says the need for good digital ID is universal. Again, because they're going to keep feeding us with that agenda. It's everyone's problem. Everyone needs to be connected. Why do you think they're pushing Facebook so much? Do you think they're pushing it just for, oh yeah, to connect with your friends in social media? No, there is an agenda to track and spy on everyone, and also to be able to connect people and track people to see what they're doing online. But anyway, this says right here, the ability to prove who you are is a fundamental and universal human right. Because we live in a digital era, we need a trusted and reliable way to do that, both in the physical world and online. It sounds good, doesn't it? But is there an agenda in mind? Again, folks, the reason I'm going over this today is because this is all leading up to the beast technology, and the vaccine plays a role in it as well. But this right here talks about how that these new forms of digital ID allow travel, conduct businesses, access financial health records, and stay connected, and much more. But again, what you need to think about is who is in control. And it's just interesting how they're doing all of this right around the time of COVID. What perfect timing indeed. Now, we've talked about this before, but when you scroll all the way down to why now, it says right here, in September 2015, all United Nations member states adopted the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. And we've gone over that before on this network, including their commitment to, quote, provide legal identity for all, including birth registration by 2030, aka Agenda 2030, Agenda 21, depopulation, and also tracking and spying on everyone to be able to soon enough control everyone's move. But then it goes on to say rising the worldwide plane connectivity, the rapid proliferation of smart devices worldwide, combined with ever-increasing computing power and rapidly expanding broadband coverage, enables new methods of registration and facilitates ongoing interaction between individuals and their identity data. Now, this is the part that I thought was interesting, where it reads emerging technologies, where it says new technologies including blockchain, when used in conjunction with long proven technologies such as biometrics, now make it possible for all people to have access to a safe, verifiable, and persistent form of identity. Not if it's used to spy on your every move, not if it's used for tracking. And if they implement this COVID vaccine into people, how are they going to control you internally then? With a potential nanochip, as we've gone over with nanochip technology and altering your DNA or RNA as it is an RNA vaccine. Now, this goes on to say that it calls for a new model of it. I will link this in the description box below so you can read more of it. But folks, do you see how this is coinciding with the COVID vaccine? How they're trying to get everyone together to what? Depopulate the plane. Why do you think the U.S. Department of Homeland Security is so adamant about getting everyone in the United States specifically to have a real ID as of October 1st, 2021, within the next 10 or 11 or so months from now? Why do you think that's the case? Because what is the bigger agenda? And not only that, but you would need this real ID in order to enter federal facilities, nuclear power plants, commercial airplanes. So you see what the bigger agenda is, just like soon enough when it comes to the COVID vaccine. What perfect timing to have both of them administered around the exact same time for people. And we know this is not the only place that's doing it, because according to Biometric Update, Kenya is also looking to implement a national ID as well, and soon enough force everyone to convert over to it. But not only that, Uganda also is soon starting to distribute biometric IDs to its citizens as well. Now, there's something else I wanted to bring to your attention in case you didn't already know about this, and that is the psychological warfare, because I don't think that's being talked about or covered at all when it comes to the scheme of COVID and getting the vaccine out and the selections and that distraction going on. But there's also the psychological warfare when it comes to the lockdowns, because again, like we always talk about on this network, ask questions, because when you start asking questions, you start finding some real serious answers indeed. Now, here's a question you need to think to yourself in case you have not already asked it. Why is it that all of a sudden, within the last 5 years or so, or even within the last year, you start seeing a lot of these streaming services pop up all over the place like never before, including ones such as Disney Plus, HBO Max? Why is that the case? Could there be an agenda involved when it comes to some of these companies? Because now they even have food delivery services as well, such as Instacart. They have meal delivery such as Uber Eats. But folks, what you have to pay attention to is that there is such a big push for all of these things, not only for streaming services, but for meal food delivery services as well, including Amazon Fresh, DoorDash, all of these different companies. Could there be something attached to this? Now, of course, I'm not saying stop using all of them, but what I want you to be aware of is the potential agenda, because again, the sleeping public are not thinking about this. They are being conditioned even as we speak. That's why your government is requiring masks everywhere you go. That's why they're requiring you to stay 6 feet apart wherever you go. But again, how does technology play a role in this? And how do all of these different apps and streaming services play a role? Isn't it very interesting and suspicious indeed that upon a quick Google search, you will see that Disney Plus was released when it was launched as of November 12th, 2019. And not only that, it was founded as of November 12th, 2019. Now, as of September 30th of this year specifically, it has already accumulated well over 73 million users on its platform. Why am I bringing this up? Because again, do you see something interesting about that? How this was launched literally the month before COVID became a thing in Wuhan, China, when it was first announced and first brought to the public. Do you think that's a coincidence that a month before COVID started to become a thing, Disney Plus was released, enabling people to be able to watch how many thousands of hours worth of content? Again, it all sounds as though it has been planned and staged ahead of time. They know exactly what was going to take place. That's why they got it ready. They got the lockdown ready to go so that when everything was on lockdown, they wanted people to stay home and watch things such as Disney Plus and other streaming services. Do you see how it's all playing into it? Because again, for the sleeping public, they want people's minds to be focused on these things and not the bigger picture come a second potential lockdown. That's why the Rothschilds have already released that patent when it comes to COVID-19, just so happened, and it was filed when? As of October of 2015, and we've already talked about that, and you can look at the patents for yourself. That's linked in the description box below. Once again, proving that all of this is a plan and that all of this is a grand scheme, just like even the Army General told you. Is it a surprise or a coincidence how HBO Max, which is another streaming service, how it just so happened to launch as of May 2020? Wow, right in the heart of the lockdown is when they released their streaming services. Very interesting and suspicious indeed. Why am I going over this? Because in case you don't already know, you need to understand that we are at war. You need to understand who we are at war with, because all of this was released during the time of COVID and everything. Why? What's the bigger agenda, you may be wondering? Well, one, to distract the public from what's going on, but two, it's also conditioning to stay home. They want people to stay home so that the military can intervene. So in case they do decide to lock down the nation again a second time, They want you comfortable on your Netflix, comfortable on your HBO Max, comfortable ordering from your Uber Eats and your Instacart and whatever, since you can't leave your house because it's a lockdown, so that when the military intervenes, you're already conditioned to accept whatever it is they tell you. You're already conditioned to accept whatever it is that the government tells you. It is conditioning. This is psychological warfare, folks. This is Pavlov conditioning, psychologic experiments all over again. Now, again, we're not saying not to use these services, but what I'm telling you is that it's important that you understand and have an understanding of the bigger agenda and the bigger picture and what they could potentially be doing and how they can be related to the bigger scheme involved. And not only that, but of course, they're going to continue promoting this fear tactics, make people fearful. Oh, you have to wear your mask, or you could be spreading COVID. Oh, you have to stand 6 feet apart, or you could be spreading COVID. And then, of course, using the mainstream media to lie and to turn against people such as myself who are speaking the truth about these things, including the truth about vaccines and why you should not take them and why you should definitely not take the COVID vaccine, and etc. But prayerfully, you see this bigger agenda with both your eyes open. Prayerfully, you see the psychological warfare when it comes to the sleeping public who have absolutely no idea what's happening and who are going to gladly accept whatever the government tells them. And again, their goal is to keep the sleeping people asleep and to keep them as zombies as much as possible. But thankfully, if you're tuning into this network, you are not a zombie. And prayerfully, you're seeking Yahuwah and his true son Yahusha for even more truth. But this is Truth Unveiled here, saying as always, Shalom.
We are living in a symbiotic relationship with something that disguises itself as an extraterrestrial invasion so as not to alarm us. If that doesn't alarm us, then I don't know what would alarm us. And this is from Terrence McKenna. He was one of the top psychonauts and mind expansion researchers ever. I mean, very well known and researched, and the information that he presented during his short time on Earth was fascinating, is fascinating. And one of his journeys that he had, he described being in a symbiotic relationship. As I said before, being in a symbiotic relationship with something that disguises itself as alien so as not to alarm us. And I'm just shortening it up there. So we're going to go deep into that. I'm going to share with you the whiteboard that I've got behind me here. This is the vision and the interpretation that I have put together of our solar system and the 3D construct that we are envisioning in our minds, even though when you look at it scientifically, it doesn't look the same under a microscope, and you can find out your limitations with your vision, your hearing, etc., especially when you get into technologies that can pick up on extra sounds and infrared, ultraviolet, etc. So it's pretty exciting. Now, I also want to thank my friends over at solarwaterheater.com. Black Friday's coming up, just a few days away. We've got Thanksgiving, we've got Christmas, and they make great gifts, but they're also essential if you need to heat water. They require no batteries, no electricity, no wires. They're powered by the sun, heating water in as little as 30 minutes. It's about the size of a thermos, lightweight yet heavy duty. Go to solarwaterheater.com, use the code LEAK15, and you're going to get an extra 15% off. That's solarwaterheater.com, code LEAK15. All right, now let's get into this, shall we? And I think we're going to go live as well. So, boom, let's go live. Now, here we go. All right. Hey, everybody. We're live at leakproject.com. We're also going to be uploading this on youtube.com/clandestine time lord here shortly. But I've got the Apollo Shaman Spear out right now. This thing always helps the mind flow through this crystal here. But, oh yeah, let me get a shot of C60 real quick too, because the C60 always gets the mind. That was like a huge shot. That was like 3 ounces right there. I drank like half the bottle. No, I'm exaggerating, but it was quite a bit. Anyway, you can go to C60 Purple Power, use code LEAK10, you'll get an extra 10% off there too. But serious. Are you serious or are you from Sirius? Well, the progenitors are from Sirius, I believe. I believe they at least came here from Sirius. And I'm going to show you how everything's put together. I'm going to show you, and we're going to decipher these egregores and these thought forms and ghosts and visions and what seems to be holographic, UFOs that seem to come in and out at certain times, different entities and thought forms, religion. We're going to take this all the way back to the Great Pyramid of Giza, and I think possibly even before. We're going to connect this to the rings of Saturn. We're going to look at the cube at the North Pole of Saturn, which I believe is the New Jerusalem that's described descending from heaven in Revelation. I think it's Revelation 21, the New Jerusalem descends from heaven. Now, in the biblical text, the New Jerusalem in Revelation that descends from heaven has all these beautiful colors and rubies and emeralds and gold, and it's a fascinating structure that comes down, but it's also a cube. So I envision when this cube that's at the pole of Saturn, which I believe is actually the key to this whole 3D matrix and this construct that we're in right now. And I was really thinking about the Anunnaki and certain beings and entities and thought forms, or just interdimensional beings. And I think the beings that are controlling the show here that are residing within the cube of Saturn. So if we look at the cube of Saturn, this is the Tetragrammaton, Yahweh, in my opinion. The Anunnaki, certain Anunnaki, because the Anunnaki is a very broad word, but certain gods and deities that descended from the heavens, I believe they're connected to this cube of Saturn. I believe the cube of Saturn came from Sirius. It connected to Saturn when Saturn was activated as a star, and it is harnessing this energy, this electrical energy. The moon itself is the negative in the, if you take a positive and negative, if you look at electricity, let's say positive and negative, the moon would be the negative. The sun that we have activated in the sky now is the positive. But the Tetragrammaton, Yahweh, the cube, will eventually leave Saturn and descend to Earth. And that's going to happen after many of these signs that we've seen in the heavens take place, or that we will see in the heavens. For example, if you look at Revelation, and if you decode Revelation, much of hold on, I'm going to say hello, Revelation. I'm just saying hello here in chat real quick. How's everybody doing? Okay, so we're live here at Leak Project, and you can actually interact in the chat. So I just wanted to say hello. Thanks everybody for being here today. And you can go to Revelation, and there's many of the signs that you can see that have already happened, right? And even back in 2017, there was the Revelation passage that was decoded in the heavens via astrologically. We had Micah Dank on recently decoding some of Revelation with astrotheology. It's very beautiful, deep, cryptic poetry that's connected to all facets of life. I mean, farming, how it's going to affect business. Astrology is very powerful and very important, yet it's been astrology and astronomy. Yet they've been kind of, astrology anyway has been foo-fooed, right? They're like, it's just astrology. And a lot of it is. But if you understand the true connection to the stars and the planets and the constellations and the orbits and the frequencies that they emit and how it's connected to you and your chakras and your energy vortex, then you will get how powerful it is. And then you will get why they've hidden it and kept it in code. And they've created these certain bad guys, right? And they've created these nemesis monsters and deities and goblins oftentimes to hide the information so that people won't even want to look into it. And religion has done an incredible job keeping people's minds at ease in a faith-based reality. Faith is great. You need faith, absolutely. But you also need to do the work yourself. You also need to do the research. If you just have blind faith oftentimes and use that as a crutch, it's not going to be to your advantage. And there's going to be times that it could be, but overall, you really need to do your research as well. Because what I've noticed personally is you're rewarded more when you do the research. You're going to have, when you have research and faith combined and you're doing it together, then you've got that symbiotic relationship. But this symbiotic relationship that we're in, we are in a symbiotic relationship with something that disguises itself as extraterrestrial so as not to alarm us. Now, that's, to me, that's one of the scariest things. Like, well, what is it? Well, here's what it is. We have been consumed. Our solar system has been consumed by frequency that comes from another part in time and space, Sirius. And this Sirius comes down and it manifests itself into fractals and panners and lower, denser vibrations to become physical form. But it's going through the cube of Saturn. You've got the cube of Saturn. It's almost like a pin in a record, right? We've got the record player and the record's playing. The rings are bouncing frequencies and vibrations off into the solar system that is then not only hitting Earth, but it's also bouncing off of the moon. The moon is perfectly placed to affect your DNA, to affect the tides, to affect the Earth, and possibly even your soul. Now, there's a way to capture the soul with technology and also using, then they can use you over and over and over. And many of these ancient scriptures back into Persia, ancient Babylon, Greece, Rome, a lot of this stuff talking about the nemesis or the devil. I think they're talking about technology being used to enslave and encapsulate and imprison, not to be used to benefit. Because technologies can be used for amazing things. Paula shaman spear out right now. This thing always helps the mind flow through this crystal here. But scientifically, it doesn't look the same under a microscope, and you can find out your limitations with your vision, your hearing, etc., especially when you get into technologies that can pick up on extra sounds and infrared, ultraviolet, etc. So it's pretty exciting. Now, I also want to thank my friends over at solarwaterheater.com. Black Friday's coming up, just a few days away. We've got Thanksgiving, we've got Christmas, and they make great gifts, but they're also essential if you need to heat water. They require no batteries, no electricity, no wires. They're powered by the sun, heating water in as little as 30 minutes. It's about the size of a thermos, lightweight yet heavy duty. Go to solarwaterheater.com, use the code LEAK15, and you're going to get an extra 15% off. That's solarwaterheater.com, code LEAK15. All right, now let's get into this, shall we? And I think we're going to go live as well. So, boom, let's go live. Now, here we go. All right. Hey, everybody. We're live at leakproject.com. We're also going to be uploading this on youtube.com/clandestine here shortly. But I've got the Apollo shaman spear out right now. This thing always helps the mind flow through this crystal here. But, oh yeah, let me get a shot of C60 real quick too, because the C60 always gets the mind. That was like a huge shot. That was like 3 ounces right there. I drank like half the bottle. No, I'm exaggerating, but it was quite a bit. Anyway, you can go to C60 Purple Power. Use code LEAK10. You'll get an extra 10% off there too. But Sirius. Are you serious or are you from Sirius? Well, the progenitors are from Sirius, I believe. I believe they at least came here from Sirius. And I'm going to show you how everything's put together. I'm going to show you, and we're going to decipher these egregores and these thought forms and ghosts and visions and what seems to be holographic, UFOs that seem to come in and out at certain times, different entities and thought forms, religion. We're going to take this all the way back to the Great Pyramid of Giza, and I think possibly even before. We're going to connect this to the rings of Saturn. We're going to look at the cube at the North Pole of Saturn, which I believe is the New Jerusalem that's described descending from heaven in Revelation I think it's Revelation 21, the New Jerusalem descends from heaven. Now, in the biblical text, the New Jerusalem in Revelation that descends from heaven has all these beautiful colors and rubies and emeralds and gold. And it's a fascinating structure that comes down, but it's also a cube. So I envision when this cube that's at the pole of Saturn, which I believe is actually the key to this whole 3D matrix and this construct that we're in right now. And I was really thinking about the Anunnaki and certain beings and entities and thought forms, or just interdimensional beings. And I think the beings that are controlling the show here that are residing within the cube of Saturn. So if we look at the cube of Saturn, this is the Tetragrammaton, Yahweh, in my opinion. The Anunnaki, certain Anunnaki, because the Anunnaki is a very broad word, but certain gods and deities that descended from the heavens, I believe they're connected to this cube of Saturn. I believe the cube of Saturn came from Sirius, it connected to Saturn when Saturn was activated as a star, and it is harnessing this energy, this electrical energy. The moon itself is the negative in the, if you take a positive and negative, if you look at electricity, let's say positive and negative, the moon would be the negative. The sun that we have activated in the sky now is the positive. But the Tetragrammaton, Yahweh, the cube, will eventually leave Saturn and descend to Earth. And that's going to happen after many of these signs that we've seen in the heavens take place, or that we will see in the heavens. For example, if you look at Revelation, and if you decode Revelation, much of hold on, I'm going to say hello, Revelation. I'm just saying hello here in chat real quick. How's everybody doing? Okay, so we're live here at Leak Project, and you can actually interact in the chat. So I just wanted to say hello. Thanks everybody for being here today. And you can go to Revelation, and there's many of the signs that you can see that have already happened, right? And even back in 2017, there was the Revelation passage that was decoded in the heavens via astrologically. We had Micah Dank on recently decoding some of Revelation with astrotheology. It's very beautiful, deep, cryptic, how it's going to affect business. Astrology is very powerful and very important, yet it's been astrology and astronomy. Yet they've been kind of, astrology anyway has been foo-fooed, right? They're like, it's just astrology. And a lot of it is. But if you understand the true connection to the stars and the planets and the constellations and the orbits and the frequencies that they emit and how it's connected to you and your chakras and your energy vortex, then you will get how powerful it is. And then you will get why they've hidden it and kept it in code. And they've created these certain bad guys, right? And they've created these nemesis monsters and deities and goblins oftentimes to hide the information so that people won't even want to look into it. And religion has done an incredible job keeping people's minds at ease in a faith-based reality. Faith is great. You need faith, absolutely. But you also need to do the work yourself. You also need to do the research. If you just have blind faith oftentimes and use that as a crutch, it's not going to be to your advantage. And there's going to be times that it could be, but overall, you really need to do your research as well. Because what I've noticed personally is you're rewarded more when you do the research. You're going to have, when you have research and faith combined and you're doing it together, then you've got that symbiotic relationship. But this symbiotic relationship that we're in, we are in a symbiotic relationship with something that disguises itself as extraterrestrial so as not to alarm us. Now, that's, to me, that's one of the scariest things. Like, well, what is it? Well, here's what it is. We have been consumed. Our solar system has been consumed by frequency that comes from another part in time and space, Sirius. And this Sirius comes down and it manifests itself into fractals and panners and lowered denser vibrations to become physical form. But it's going through the cube of Saturn. You've got the cube of Saturn. It's almost like a pin in a record, right? We've got the record player and the record's playing. The rings are bouncing frequencies and vibrations off into the solar system that is then not only hitting Earth, but it's also bouncing off of the moon. The moon is perfectly placed to affect your DNA, to affect the tides, to affect the Earth, and possibly even your soul. Now, there's a way to capture the soul with technology and also using karma and mental conditioning combined with technology. Then they can use you over and over and over and over and over again. Now, the Antichrist that's talked about in Revelation, and many of these ancient scriptures, back into Persia, ancient Babylon, Greece, Rome, a lot of this stuff talking about the nemesis or the devil. I think they're talking about technology being used to enslave and encapsulate and imprison, not to be used to benefit. Because technologies can be used for amazing things, but they can also be used for horrific things. And so we are at a point right now with the age of Aquarius that it is up to us to make the decision as we co-create. We are antennas and we're emitting this energy into the universe. We are co-creating realities. Every time we have a positive thought, that is a positive dimension. Negative thought can lead to a negative dimension. So we need to be in the positive. We need to be at a very fast vibration to understand this and to rise above this. Because this isn't bad or good, folks. It is. It is. You think, therefore you are. Be careful what you think, because you are what you think to some degree. So fake it until you make it sometimes too. If you're like, I think I can. You are what you think. And now more and more on a daily basis, our thoughts are becoming manifested extremely fast, especially if you're on the path, increasing as of lately. So we'll get into that a whole other time, but this whole system, you've got this net, you've got this is my vision, folks, combined with the research that I've done. Okay. I'm not saying it's right. And I've studied remote viewing for years. I've interviewed many of the top remote viewers around the world. I haven't practiced it a lot, but I've researched it a lot. And a lot of times this intuition just happens, right? So I'm not following all the protocols that an expert remote viewer would or does. So I don't want to offend or upset any remote viewers out there. There's somebody who's like, how could you, Rex? You don't know what you're talking about, man. Like, well, how do you know? I've been researching it for years. I mean, are you just assuming? So anyway, I just wanted to point that out because there's some remote viewers out there that are just spot on. I mean, they're awesome. I've got a bit of a different approach. So I could use a different term. Let's just use the term vision. This is my vision. This is what I see. This is what I feel. This is what I hear. This is what I sense. I mean, you could almost like touch it. You know what I mean? It's like, and feel the tinniness of these things that are like smashing against each other. And I'll get into that in a minute. These right here is what I'm talking about. These guys. And I found these out by Enceladus, in the oceans of Enceladus. And there's like this heart is what I was trying. This huge energy source that's like being milked. It's being used to some degree. But the tetragrammaton, Yahweh, very powerful words. Very powerful words. It manifests. It comes to this dimension. It connects at the point when Saturn was the star, and it's like harnessing that energy. And by doing so, it's creating this energy grid around the solar system, combined with the moon. And here's what happened with Mars. They were already on Mars. Mars already happened. So that giant scar on Mars you can see with the telescope, I mean, it looks to take up about a third of the face of Mars when you're looking at it. It's just huge. And there is just as much of a possibility that that was a solar disaster that wasn't anything man-made or artificial. And there's also a lot of evidence that shows there was a nuclear war on Mars. And there's lakes under dust on Mars. And they're going to be recolonizing Mars in the next 20 years publicly. They've got satellites that are going to be in Mars orbit that they've recently launched. I think by the end of December, they're projecting. There's a lot going on Mars. So if you want to believe that there's a dome and that space isn't real, that's totally up to you. Well, you're missing a lot of opportunities. We'll just put it to you that way. But I don't even want to get into that. That's like one of those dividing things. You know, it's almost as bad as talking about poles of ticks if you get into the shape of the Earth. So let's just say it's Earth shaped, okay? But I've seen space when I've had out-of-body experiences. I've been there. I've gone so far out that I felt like I saw the entire universe, and it was about the size of a grapefruit, yet it was white and like blue. And I could feel this warmth that was magical. And that was the time that I pushed myself as far out as I could go. I just kept going and going and going when I had an out-of-body experience. It was incredible. I don't know how many out-of-body experiences I had. I've got over a dozen that I can remember. And when you have an out-of-body experience, you realize you are more than your physical body. It's incredible. So let's go back to Mars. They were already there. Something happened. Mars is in really rough shape. Now they go and recolonize Earth. It's happened here before. Mars is going to turn into Earth again in the next 100 or 200 years. You're going to see it being genetically engineered, and you're going to see it turning more blue, and you're going to see the lakes coming out. This is going to happen. So with all that being said, these grays that are in physical form, I believe, and based upon the research that I've done, based upon the evidence, it suggests that they are genetically modified also. So we were genetically modified to do the work for the gods. And a lot of people will call the grays demonic, and they'll say that they're evil, but I think it's just because they don't understand them. I think that these grays, at least the ones that we captured, the ones at Roswell that were the one that was telepathically communicating, Nanu, with the rancher, he had empathy. He had compassion. It was a kind entity. So I don't think that they're bad. I think that just like people, there's wonderful people and there's horrible people. Same with all species. You can see stuff in nature where you'll see animals doing stuff that you're like, what? And what is wrong with that animal? They're just like twisted, right? So it is what it is. So let's stay on the positive. Let's focus on the positive. Let's not think that just because something's different, that it's bad. How many times have you read a scripture and then you find out later there's something older, there's something that goes than that scripture that's basically where it came from, but it's got a more detailed story, and it's got a different version of the story, right? So you got to be real careful what you project, because that's energy. That's energy. Be an antenna. Focus on positive energy. Focus on positive thought, high energy, fast vibrations, and attract that back to you. Now, you know, some people don't trust anybody. I get it. But you got to be able to trust somebody. You got to have faith in something. Just don't use it as a blind crutch. So this cube of Saturn changes the perception to 3D. This cube of Saturn, combined with this electrical current that comes into Saturn that activates it, that's being harnessed right now. The cube is there. The rings are around it. The ring makers of Saturn keep these frequencies and these rings in specific specific harmonics to affect people and the solar system in certain ways. So this tetragrammaton, the cube of all, is all. So once again, it's not bad. It is. It just is. But it can also, by doing this and projecting this, we are going through a series of trials right now. This is like a boot camp of sorts. This is a way that we are refining our spirituality. We are refining our consciousness because there are changes in these cosmic clocks. So as it is here, as it is on Saturn's pole, North Pole, and we are all connected into this web, into this matrix, the positioning of the moon, the positioning of Earth and the sun, and where everything is located. Did you know that they found balls, metallic balls in the atmosphere, of Earth that have DNA? Think about that for a minute. They found DNA balls in the atmosphere of Earth. And I was reading an article, I think on like Science, what was it, Science Daily? I don't remember, but it was a legit scientific article describing these weird metal balls in space that have DNA that are like releasing DNA. Very bizarre. Seeding DNA. So all of this, and the moon, as I said before, folks, the moon, it's an arc. Okay? That's the original arc. That's where many of these terms, I mean, they've had boat arcs as well, and they've had different floods and different events. But that's the Anunnaki arc. You have I mean, look at how much crap the moon's been through. The moon's been through hell and back. It is designed to protect whatever is inside of it. And by placing it specifically where it is, and with those giant maskins on the back of the moon, you know what a maskin is? Like these gravitational anomalies on the far side of the moon. And it's locked in place. Those, to me, I think are some type of gravitational thrusters, right? And this is a titanium alloy shell, mainly a titanium alloy shell. And if you look at the thickness and the depth of the craters, you'll have craters that are different sizes and width, but they're all about the same depth. So it's as if there's something underneath the moon as a reinforcement grid. And it also, of course, rings like a bell. And these are all just reminders that I'm giving you. Inside of it is the arc. There's a major solar flare. There's a major meteorite. There's a major catastrophe. Well, they load up the moon. The catastrophe happens. Then when it's time to, and the moon can take it. The moon can take it. And the moon can also block out certain parts and certain, meteor strikes or certain plasma strikes or events. So the moon can be placed to help protect the Earth as well. So with all of that being said, then when there's a catastrophe, the Earth, the majority of the population, maybe has to start over, right? The civilization start over, most of it. Well, then they can bring everything back from the moon. They can observe you from the moon. They can watch you from the moon, and you don't even know it. There can be, you've seen Greg Allison's cities, like his orb buildings that he makes that have all sorts of different layers underneath. It's very similar to that. But this is projecting and manifesting through this 3D matrix. I mean, look, you've got, if you've ever looked at, what are they called? They're biophage. Biophage is genetically modified E. coli virus that gets rid of E. coli on like cold cuts and certain foods, and they spray it in a lot of stuff and packaging, and they don't even have to tell you about it. If you look at it underneath the microscope, it almost looks like nanotechnology, right? It has like this hexagon head. It has these straight bodies with these like robot legs and stuff. And I think that that's connected. I think that all this here is working in harmony together. It's working in connection together. Energy is being harnessed in Saturn. The rings are being manifested. The rings are emitting certain frequencies and sounds. It's changing your perception to 3D. And this is what I put right here. It can project whatever it wants. It can project whatever it wants. The cube of Saturn, as a metaphor, metaphorically speaking, I put CPU. Now, the grid that is covering the solar system, it might stop outside of the Van Allen belt or whatever, where it's getting denser in space. I read something recently. They said the actual space is getting thicker. It's like, oh, okay. Well, so this right here, the rings of Saturn are very powerful. Now I've got this gray right here and this like DNA strand, because I think that the grays they can go like, they're genetically engineered to be able to live in space and to travel space and to go all over the place, go all over space. Now the Anunnaki, and once again, the term Anunnaki is a very broad term, but let's talk about the council. Let's talk about the high order of gods. Yahweh is definitely in my vision here connected to the cube. The tetragrammaton is Yahweh, is connected with Yahweh. So you've got the grays, which are going throughout space and they're picking up different genetics. You've got certain weird DNA balls outside of the atmosphere of Earth, in the atmosphere of Earth. I think something happened with Venus too. Venus at one point was a beautiful, it still is beautiful, but because of something catastrophic, the atmosphere out there now and the environment, it's uninhabitable to the average being. I mean, you'd have to be an exceptionally powerful being or have a metallic interface or spacesuits or biodomes or live in the atmosphere if you're on Venus now. But I think at one point Venus was much more like Earth, maybe even more intense with beauty, and hence the beauty of Venus and the connection with Venus. But something happened. Something happened with Venus. Something happened with Saturn. Something happened with the moon. And when the moon was put in where it was, that's what caused one of these great floods. The moon gets put in place where it is. It causes the great flood. Then there's like this huge solar flare, huge catastrophic solar flare. When connecting to Saturn, it changes the orbits. It changes the entire solar system. And so that knocks Venus out of orbit. Mars is evidence. You can see right on the front, something major happened there. But currently, we're stuck here in the middle with you. We're on Earth. We are in the age of Aquarius now. And that happened either 2019 or 2020, August 29th, based upon the research that I've done. And the revelation signs, we have seen many of the revelation signs in the heavens. So when will the New Jerusalem descend from heaven? Will we see that in our lifetime? Can you imagine what that would be like? I mean, wow, amazing. So David Sarita was on last night, and we were looking at photographs and doing an analysis of what could be the only public photographs of grays. And they had a great disinformation campaign. So we looked at the disinformation campaign. We analyzed the photographs of the puppets and the ones that were supposedly leaked from Los Alamos. And he also decoded recently, like I think our first interview, he decoded the number in the book of Enoch, the size of the giants. And he's decoded all sorts of incredible sacred geometry and math. And he makes these like light technologies on his website, davidsrita.co. But when he also decoded the New Jerusalem as far as a numerological value. Now, I haven't talked to him about this specifically yet. I did send him a photograph of this, and I want to get his opinion on it. But when we've got this transition, I think that it's connected to the New Jerusalem, to the cube of Saturn, and then like Mercury, all of the planets have an effect on who we are. And all the planets are connected to our chakras, right? So if you look at our chakras, and if you add up the frequency of all of our chakras, it's 144,000, just like the 144,000 that are supposed to be saved. Well, if all of your chakras are activated, and if your frequency is 144,000, you are one of the chosen ones. That's how you are chosen, by having your 144,000 frequency activation via all your chakras. You're connected to all the planets. You are at high level consciousness. And you know what they want? The MFers, they want your pineal gland, because that's their only possibility of getting back to source. Your pineal gland is the prize. And if they can't use your pineal gland to get back to source, well, then they're just going to want to destroy it. It's going to be like their way of saying, well, So keep your pineal gland, embrace it, be thankful for it. You can see the ancient Sumerian and Babylonian tablets where they're actually giving the pineal gland, shown as the pine cone. And that's what made us exceptional. And I talked about this before. I want to talk about this again, because you look at artificial intelligence, and you look at robotics, and you look at how powerful the robotics and intelligence is right now, and how we're creating robots that are much stronger, that can handle much more intense environments. And we're attempting to give them consciousness, right? We're attempting to give them consciousness. So if we can give them human consciousness in a robotic body that can bench press 10,000 pounds, run 150 miles an hour, not have to eat or sleep, run 24/7, and have a some type of technology that allows it to have a 5,000-year lifespan, even longer if you want to recharge it, maybe it's going to have more power than we do, right? Because clearly you're not going to be able to take it on in a fist fight. And if you've got the same mind, but it has a much more powerful body, you've really got not much of a choice. I mean, you don't have a chance. So if you go back to the time when we were created in their image, and they gave us the spark of divinity, and they gave us something that we hadn't naturally tapped into yet, that made us, in certain texts, you can read the Archon text, the Gnostic text, the secret book of John, when the Archons created Adam, and then they blew the life of Sophia, which is the mother goddess that made the chief Archon. Well, the divine spark, the spark of Sophia, went from the chief Archon into Adam. Adam wakes up, and then y'all, the Baal doesn't have it anymore. And, oh, that makes sense, right? Think about this metaphorically. Some people evolve, some people devolve. If you constantly use technology for maps and you don't look at the stars and nature, you lose that ability because you're relying on technology, right? That's a term that I think you could use when you look at things this way. So now Adam is like this super being, and Adam's greater in these texts than his creator, Yaldabaoth. So Yaldabaoth, which is the chief Archon, and other Archons that Yaldabaoth created, they gathered around and they came up with a plan to suppress Adam and Eve. And if you look at the world today and the eugenics programs, etc., looking for that perfect gene or DNA, and if you look at the suppression of quality health through industrialization and inflation, in my opinion, oftentimes it seems as if it's just another suppression tactic. They don't really, in my opinion, who's ever controlling the show that you're watching on the television most of the time does not have humanity's best interests at heart, or at least the people that are watching the news. It's just like a total mind bleep. It's like just messing with you the whole time, in my opinion. If you study psychology and neurolinguistic programming, and if you really understand how the media works, that's why I keep saying, reverse engineer the script. You want to know what's going on? Watch the mainstream if you can handle it for 5-10 minutes, and reverse engineer what they're telling you, and you'll get it. It's pretty obvious, right? So you don't even have the illusion of choice anymore. And they used to give you the illusion of choice, right? They used to give you the illusion of a two-sided coin. Now it's a one-sided coin. It's just, and what's going to happen is people are going to lose, they're going to lose their independence. They're going to lose their free thought. They're going to lose what it's truly like to be human. And it's not going to benefit anybody. It's not going to benefit anybody. It's actually going to be pretty depressing. Idiocracy could become a documentary in the next 100 or 2 years. the next 10 years, the way we're going. So, Age of Aquarius, revelation signs. And there you go. Any thoughts? Any thoughts? I was going to talk a little bit about some other things, but we'll get into that another time. We'll talk about that another time. If you have any questions for me, feel free to ask. I am in the chat right now. So looks like we've actually got a pretty nice crowd on the website. So you can actually watch this live, and you can watch it free if you go to leakproject.com. So you go to leakproject.com, and we have a live section there. Actually, you know what? Let me see. Let me pull that up real quick because we might have some questions here. So leakproject.com. Man, these new servers are smoking fast. The old website was a beautiful website, but it took forever to load because the servers were really slow. This thing just bink, it pulls right up. So I'm gonna pull up the chat here real quick, see if we got any questions. Oh, hey, how's everybody doing? Hey, everybody. Okay, so got some. Yeah, so Catherine was saying the moon size is not the natural size compared to other moons in our solar system. Yeah, I mean, there's a wide selection of moons. Saturn's got some of the most fascinating, in my opinion, Iapetus, Mimas. Mars has got Phobos, which might be artificial. Probably is, actually. So space is getting thick. How do you reassure somebody that's... So Jem says, my grandson has started losing his bleep, and says oh, that's sad. You know what, Jem, I don't know what condition or situation he's in and you're all in, but if you're in nature, like, can you go out and go to the park, or can you go out in a national forest for a little while and just get grounded? Do something exciting, maybe go out and look at some petroglyphs or some Native American ruins, or is there any way you could do that without the having to wear the facial situation? Because that's got to be tough. Also, it's like boot camp, right? So remind them how much stronger and more you're going to appreciate when you're not wearing it, because things pass. And at that age, everything seems to take forever, right? But where we're at now, things are flying by. I mean, the past year has flown by. So with that being said, maybe you can just go back to what happened in 1918, right? When it was crazy. Everybody's got it's kind of a similar situation, but in my opinion, even worse. So at least now you've got some options, but see if you can get out in nature and just really be in nature and not have to worry about the nonsense. And then maybe you could say, okay, well, let's make this a regular thing while we're going through this. It'll make us, and then maybe you can make up some goofy ones, right? Make up some masks where you can still have your expression, right? You can put something on the mask to let people know how you really feel about it, just to kind of make it a little bit more unique. Because I think that's it also. We need some people, especially when I was younger, even more so, and maybe your grandson, you want that independence, right? You don't want to feel like you're part of the Borg. You want to be able to go out and do stuff. So that's just what came to my mind. And I hope that helps. Yeah, and and that's another thing. Sweeps, you're so right. They were made for this time, right? They weren't made just to sit here and watch. I mean, they've got an important role, and they've got an important journey right now. This is one of the most important times in the history of our reality. It's all merging together. So the fact that they're here is, in my opinion, a blessing. All right. So Aaron asks, are the Anunnaki the controllers of the Matrix? Well, what's your definition of the Anunnaki? Because once again, I think that there's certain Anunnaki, or oftentimes you'll use that term Anunnaki And it could be referring to a multitude of beings. It could be referring to a multitude of species or timelines or even people. It's certain Anunnaki, I think they could be talking about Nordics. I think they could be talking about the Vikings that came from Iceland and came from Antarctica on these boats and were really tall and had long hair, and they were giant-like and white skin and tattoos, and so they would go into other parts of the world, and they had these technologies, and they were so big, and people with different colored skin and different stature and not the same technologies. They're looking at them like, whoa, what are you? So I think some of these Anunnaki stories, they could be talking about people that were messing with genetics, and they had super incredible technologies like pre-Atlantis, right? That's what I think. But I think that what we're dealing with now with the cube of Saturn, I vision that it's from Sirius, or it's connected to the Sirius star, and it is the interface that is overlapping, combined with the moon, combined with the sun, the different currents, the DNA, and much of what I just shared with you, and it's creating this grid. And whatever's controlling the cube, or whoever, or who and whatever is controlling the grid, is controlling this 3D matrix. Does that answer your question? You need a drink here. Got cotton mouth. I don't know why that would happen. Maybe it's the high elevation. Really. It's pretty cool. It's got like a water filter built into it. So I just put water in it, and the water filter gets rid of like 99% of the impurities from the tap water. Although the tap water isn't bad out here at all. So, all right. What else we got? So your DNA, right? That can connect you back to wherever you come from. That's why DNA is so important. And that's why you've got these geneticists, these space traveling geneticists that were genetically modified to do just that by the unknown. Oh, yes. Yes. This is what I want to talk to you about. This is so important. You're welcome, Aaron. Now, I know the term goes, let's make man in our image, right? The Anunnaki. And if that's the case, which I think it is, I think at that time, like I said, they could have been pre-Atlantis, just tall people, very tall people that decided to make more people. But they're like, well, let's make them a little bit different. Let's make them a little bit more of a worker class. And you can get into the Ajiji, and that was the worker class that came from the stars, the Ajiji, the bird people. I think that's referencing those that came from Mars, folks. I don't necessarily think they were bird people. I think they're referencing them as bird people because they came from Mars. Now, there could have been bird people, and there probably is bird people. But the Ajiji, and some people have bird legs. Like, a lot of, there's guys out there at the gym, they're working out, they're all buff, but they still got total bird legs, total bird feet. I mean, some people have bird noses and bird, like if you look at the side of their face, like, dude, you look like a bird, man. But I think the Ajiji were workers that were at Mars. They came to Earth. Then the Enuma Elish describes how the Council of Gods, the Council of the Anunnaki, decided to create humans to do the work for the gods. So they sacrificed one of the Ajiji, and they took their DNA, combined with the Ajiji's DNA, and I think DNA from Earth, combined it all together, and that made us. And since then, they've been tinkering with us. They've been messing with our genetics through all sorts of different means. And we can get into that in a whole other podcast, because you could do endless amounts of podcasts practically on that. But it's very cyclical. So the cube, the rulers, the descendants, the ascendants, those that might be from Sirius, the controllers of the matrix, I don't necessarily believe are physical, folks. I believe it's frequency. I believe that they've got this frequency consciousness that they've figured out how to just be anywhere at any time, and they can actually tap into your DNA. They can tap into what you're seeing. They can tap into what you're hearing and thinking. They can tap into anything at any time, an insect, an entire planet, because they are so technologically, physically, mentally, spiritually advanced. Now, with that said, the ultimate divinity, the ultimate divine, the highest of ascension that I can think of thus far is it is thought. It is light. It does not need technology. It does not need technology at all. It could manifest technology with thought. So it wouldn't. And a lot of these technologies that we see are possibly manifested by a thought. So here's the question. Is it God, the divinity of all, or is it a representation of the divinity? Is it a high-level civilization? Is it monotheistic? Is it deistic? Deism is very interesting. Like if you think about a divine creator, a grand architect that creates and then moves on, creates, then moves on, creates, then moves on. I think that's very interesting to think about, and that could explain many things. And this deity could choose to go back at any time. So when we go back to, we are in a symbiotic relationship that just, Sweep says, some people look like rats. Yeah. And I mean, there's flat out people that look like straight up reptilians. Now, I'm not saying they're reptiles. I'm saying they look like reptiles, right? And you know what? Let's talk about this for a minute. You get into the whole reptilian thing and how it sounds so crazy, tinfoil hat. Well, I mean, dinosaurs are reptilian. Dinosaurs have been around for a very long time. Well, maybe there were smart dinosaurs. Maybe they didn't even need to come from another planet. They probably came from here. And they're probably looking at us like, well, we were here before you. We're the reptiles. You're the humans. Hugh, that's the word of God. Man. God, man. We're made in the image of God. It says it right there, folks. I mean, you can decode the words and it's right there. It's beautiful. Brilliant. The keys are right in front of us every single day. We're like, oh, there it is. There's another one. There's another one. So what else we got? Do I think there's a contract or a celestial agreement with the aliens? Sure, I do. Yeah, I think there's a multitude of contracts and agreements, and I think sometimes they're broken, and I think sometimes they keep them. And David Sarita, when he described how there was like a Tesla ray that shot down the Roswell craft that was our technology, that makes so much more sense to me than radar towers. And it makes more sense to me than lightning too, because the metal is supposed to be so strong that they couldn't even, they could crumble it up and then it just goes back to normal, right? Like this metamaterial. So what would be powerful enough to blow a UFO of a metamaterial that you can't hurt into hundreds of thousands of pieces? What would do that? Well, like you go back to Tesla, the technologies that Tesla had. Tesla, when he passed, hey, Tesla, hope you're doing awesome, man. He's around. Oh, I've got an awesome story to tell you about Tesla, too. I drove past his old house on a motorcycle in 2011. I did a 3,000-mile motorcycle road trip in 7 days, 7 nights on a dual sport BMW 650. Oh, man. Oh, that was an experience. I lived in Texas at the time. I do this 3,000-plus mile road trip. I go up and see my grandpa and in Utah, and I do this really cool trip. And man, and on the way back, I had a chance to go past Colorado Springs. And my friend Cliff says, Rex, Tesla's house is out here in Colorado Springs. And he sent me the address. So I'm on my motorcycle and I'm out there, right? I'm like, whoa, I'm looking for the house. And sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. I was thinking about my grandpa, man. He's such a cool guy. I haven't seen him he passed a few years ago. He's pretty cool. But anyway, so yeah, I had a chance to meet the people that live in the house that was built over the house where Tesla was. So, and I had a chance to talk to them. I'm riding my motorcycle and they're walking down the street. I'm looking for this house. And they're like, and I drive by a couple times and I'm like, hey, can you tell me where this address is? They're like, yeah, that's where we live. I'm like, no way, really? And there was some stuff in there and some people came and picked it up a few years ago. And I'm thinking to myself, why would you let them take that? I would have just been like, oh, what? Huh? Ow! So it was, anyway, so I had a chance to talk to them, and that was pretty cool. They told me a couple stories about, yeah, those people that showed up, and there was some stuff in the barn when they bought the house. And I just thought that was a total matrix sync to be able to go out there. I'm driving back, and the moment that I'm there, they were there outside. So I had a chance to talk to them. That was pretty cool. So serendipitous, is that the term that I should use? So Tesla, when he passed, they found 80 something different chests, like giant chests of technology, at least, that we know about, that you can read the declassified files. So not only did he have a bunch of stuff in the room, but he had a bunch of stuff in all these different chests. And the technologies that he had, and plus, remember the death ray that he talked about in the, was it the 30s? There was front page news. I think it was all over the front page news about how he had created a technology that could take out an airport 200 miles away, or maybe it was even further, but take out an entire fleet of aircraft with this one technology, with this one laser beam thing. So I wouldn't doubt it. And there's a lot of talk about how Tesla came from Venus. Well, we were just talking about Venus. And with the way science rewrites itself every day, and with how we've been conditioned to believe certain agendas, and with as much as we've been lied to, when you get into the ancient texts and you start to research this, and you put together the sematics and the frequencies and the words, and you decode and you get to the root, and you really start to use your mind and intuition and not let these firewalls of baloney get in your way, you start to realize that there's life on other planets that are highly advanced. And we've been on these other planets, folks. There is abundant life throughout the solar system. Something happened. Something took us from a highly advanced civilization back to having to spend the majority of our lives hunting and gathering just to survive. So we went from traveling the stars to starting fires with sticks and rocks. My question to you, what happened? Is it going to happen again? And do these civilizations that seem to disappear, like the Mayans, the Incans, or at least their high thriving civilization seems to disappear? You can talk to the descendants. Where did they go? Did they just ascend? Did they find a way to open the portal to the fourth and fifth dimension, or to another dimension? And did they just walk in the door? Did they ascend as a species? Did they ascend as a group, individually? And the 144,000 that people have spent years attempting to decode has been decoded. In my opinion, the 144,000 is when all of your chakras are activated at optimal levels, you have a frequency of 144,000. That 144,000 frequency gives you the opportunity to connect with God, and deities that can't connect with the divine want to figure out a way to do it through you. Or if they can't do it through you, well, they just want to be like the poor sport that's like, well, if I'm not going to win, I'm not going to let anybody win. So, black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Won't you come? All right. Well, I got goosebumps on that one. So thanks, everybody. We've got 33 people watching in the live chat right now at leakproject.com. and hit the bell. Be well. I'll be back later today. I think I've got a 2 p.m. show, and I've got a show at 7:15 p.m. as well. These are mountain times, and oftentimes I'll just decide to do a live podcast here as well. So check back as much as you can, and also subscribe to our YouTube channel. And you need to make sure, for whatever reason, the notifications, a lot of people aren't getting notifications. A lot of people are having to resubscribe. So keep resubscribing, keep hitting the like if you would, please. And also make sure that when you hit that bell on the notifications, you have to hit the bell too. When you hit the bell, click access to all notifications. Because when you're doing 3 or 4 podcasts a day, if you don't have the all notifications, it might decide to only tell you about 1 out of every 10 or 20, I don't know, or 1 out of every 5. So thank you. Be the change the world needs to see. This is just my vision, and I guess we'll leave it at that. Zorg approves this message.
You have to understand, I have personally developed hundreds of rolls of film. I was a black and white photography master. I won many awards in photography in my school days. I know film and cameras like you wouldn't believe. And to an amateur, looking at these, you would immediately write it off as some kind of a joke, because you look at this Kmart copy on the right. Do you see how the paint is dripping off of his nose and down his mouth? And you can see that the structure is very similar. And what Boyd told me, I'm just going to go back to stop share for a second, is the photographs were taken at Los Alamos National Lab during the changing of the guard. This individual brought in a little plastic disposable film camera. So this is not digital photography. And so that's where they were taken.
And speaking of buckling up, have you been keeping track of cryptos lately? Whoa. Bitcoin right now. I'm looking at Bitcoin. Check this out. So if you went to tradelikeagenius.com, like I've been talking about for years, I've been with tradelikeagenius.com now for years. They send you trade alerts every single day, whether to buy or sell based upon algorithms. So their trade alerts, real simple. You open up the chart, it says buy or sell. And they even have a fulcrum opportunity right now that they're offering exclusive for Leak Project listeners, which is an extra layer of trading opportunities. Like it's green, red. It's really simple to see. And you can even get into it for like days or weeks or longer periods of time. So with the fulcrum package, if you don't want to be a trader by the hour or via the day, you've got some longer trades that you can make, and it shows you how to make that happen. Very easy to do. So if you go to, this is an example, coinmarketcap.com, look at Bitcoin. Over the past 7 days, it's gone up over 9%. Now, Litecoin, over the past 24 hours, it's gone up over 9%. Over the past 7 days, it's gone up 33%. XRP, over the past 7 days, 18%. So if you want to quit letting the MFers have all the fun, check out tradelikeagenius.com today. You'll be glad you did. Okay. Did a former aeronautics engineer meet aliens at Area 51? We're going to talk about it. Now, you can read an article from mysanantonio.com titled Former Lockheed Martin Engineer from Texas, I Met Aliens at Area 51. So we have David Sarita with us today from davidsarita.co and Lightstream Harmonics and Technologies. David's genius. He's also a really cool guy. So he actually met this engineer years before he passed. And he has original photographs from Boyd Bushman of this extraterrestrial. Now, shortly after the release of these photos, a company created a puppet costume that looks very similar to that alien image that was released from Boyd. So is it real? Is it a hoax? We're going to talk about it. And this could be one of the greatest podcasts of disclosure ever. And I'm not saying that lightly. So, because last time David was on, he shared with us an analysis and photographs of what looks like something shooting the Columbia space shuttle. Not lightning, but it looks like a lightning weapon of some type. So buckle up for this one. Now, let's bring in David right now. I want to give you a quick introduction, though, to David if you haven't heard of him before. So Mr. Sarita founded in 2007 Lightstream Harmonics. And these different technologies using light waves are fascinating. Now, if we go to David himself, David started Lightstreams in 2007 with Fred Shute and Chris Paul. Now he has been studying meditation, yoga, a vegetarian diet, world religions, ancient history, physics, math, astronomy, alternative zero-point energies for over 40 years. He took physics in school at the college level and has continued his studies ever since. So he knows what he's talking about. And he's seen some things that are straight up out of a science fiction movie. So I'm excited to see this analysis, and let's bring in David right now. David, you look fantastic. Thanks for the opportunity. Are you making a Iron Man suit by any chance? I notice you've got some pretty cool technology there on the desk.
Oh, I've got, my technology are the staffs of Moses and the ancient gods, the vortex energy coils, therapeutic beds, star system frequencies. Project Astral Stargate is using the frequencies based on the radius of different star systems and building frequencies around that radius to make astral contact with star groups, which I've successfully done. And also for therapeutic and healing reasons, many people buy my devices. All of my stuff is at davidsereda.co, and Sereda is Sereda, which actually just means Wednesday in many different countries in Europe and parts of Russia. So it's David Wednesday, but it's Thursday.
Right on.
So in this story, our last interview, we covered the Space Shuttle Columbia. And one thing I want to point out is President Trump created the Space Force only 10 months ago. The Space Force was created, and the world press and other politicians kind of made a laughingstock of it. And if you saw the Netflix series with Steve Carroll on the Space Force, they were making a joke of it because they don't know that the president has access to everything I presented on the Space Shuttle Columbia is actually true. And we have been at wars with ET since the Battle of 1942 over Los Angeles, when we shot 1,400 rounds at these luminous craft that were hovering just off the coast of, Redondo, Hermosa Beach area. And everyone in Los Angeles was told to stay inside. Of course, that's World War II, right? That's 1942. And according to the George C. Marshall memorandums, we were able to shoot down one of the craft, and it was taken to Muroc Field, which became Edwards Air Force Base, where they reverse engineered that craft. And we also have testimony from astronaut Gordon Cooper, who is a NASA astronaut and military pilot, U-2 pilot, that they actually filmed a UFO landing on the dry lake bed in Edwards Air Force Base on 35 millimeter film. He saw the film, definitely a flying saucer. So I would propose that that's a reverse engineered craft from the 1942 battle. So that establishes that we've been at war. There are certain ET groups that we can't identify whether they're friendly or not. And in the case of Roswell, because when I was a physics student, I presented my physics teachers with a time dilation theory, which is based on gravitational effects warping time. And I presented a mathematical model. So when I looked at Roswell and I saw the Trinity blast, Trinity, New Mexico nuclear blast, and I looked at all the crash retrievals that were all around Trinity, right? And if you've been to Trinity, at the Trinity site, you'll know there's a crash at Socorro, New Mexico. There's the crash at Roswell. And there's another one on the plains of St. Augustine. So my theory says that when we detonated the first atomic bombs, we ripped a hole in the membrane of the fabric of space where space meets Earth. And I believe that membrane is the ignorosphere or the mesosphere, which is where the Space Shuttle Columbia was at that time. And it ripped a hole in it, and the ETs were able to come through, and that hole was closing, and they had so much time to explore. And we saw the Kenneth Arnold sighting, June 1947. Eastern Idaho, United Airlines pilot reported seeing the UFOs over northeastern Idaho. And then there was the Portland, Oregon, July 4th sighting, which was huge. It was in the local newspapers. And then the UFOs were making their way back to the hole, and we were tracking them on radar. Edwards Air Force Base reported 8 UFOs over the base on July the 7th. And then sometime after the 7th, the testimony of Boyd Bushman, Lockheed Martin senior scientist, said that a friend of his was a Navy doctor who was treating a pilot for radiation burns who had just fired the Tesla death ray, which confirmed was in development at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in 1943, so this is 1947, and had just shot down the Roswell UFO. Now, if you read Corso's book, Colonel Corso's book, the aliens were scattered on the ground. This is the Roswell wreckage site, and their limbs were torn off of their torso, which the arms were torn off. And one of them was alive, which they captured. And there's also evidence of quite severe, from this weapon, burns that came through the aliens' bodies and electrified them. So some of those burns had exit holes, which I have pictures I'll show you of the feet that show the holes. And so what you're about to see here, Boyd Bushman gave me not all there. You can see, I know Boyd personally, so I saw the deathbed confession in RT News, and I said, that's not Boyd. He's holding up some of the photographs that you're going to see. And I have the originals. The originals, okay, so what I did is I FedExed Dan Aykroyd copies of the originals. And this was, what's the date on this FedEx? This is 13th of August, but I don't see the year here. 2008. So I got these in 2007. I sent them to Dan Aykroyd for analysis. And it was very interesting because when the FedEx came back to me, it was inspected by U.S. Customs. And I have never got a FedEx in my life that was open. Now, he doesn't use his name on the address. He used the name of his wife. He doesn't use Dan Aykroyd. And so his real name is Dan Edward Aykroyd, and he always wore this hat that says DEA, the DE, and which was kind of a joke. So he sends it back to me. And Dan said, well, we found the same alien. He thought it was the same alien in Hollywood, and Hollywood Effects Lab. And this is the picture. I'll pull screenshots of the Dan Aykroyd copy. This is clearly a copy. And you can see, somebody's holding up the alien just laughing, and there's Dan in the background. So this FedEx came back clearly opened. And so now what I'm going to show you, and this is really shocking. So I got to go to share screen, and I got to go to my alien photos. Hang on just a second. I'm going to open them all up so we can index through them all. And I took these pictures of the pictures with my iPhone 10. So there is some resolution loss there. And I'm going to show you how we know these things are real compared to the fake. So I'm going to start out with the fake image side by side that appeared on the internet when I tested releasing these images. When I tested releasing these images, you see the image that says B. Bushman, D. Aykroyd, and Kmart. Are you seeing that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I mean, you have to understand, I have personally developed hundreds of rolls of film. I was a black and white photography master. I won many awards in photography in my school days. I know film and cameras like you wouldn't believe. And to an amateur, looking at these, you would immediately write it off as some kind of a joke, because you look at this Kmart copy on the right. Do you see how the paint is dripping off of his nose and down his mouth? And you can see that the structure is very similar. And what Boyd told me, I'm just going to go back to stop share for a second, is the photographs were taken at Los Alamos National Lab during the changing of the guard. This individual brought in a little plastic disposable film camera. So this is not digital photography. And so that's where they were taken. I was offered to meet Boyd and his assistant at the entrance to an underground base on a road in the middle of nowhere between New Mexico and Texas. Just so you know, so I could see this base was literally, if you knew where it was, you could go right inside of it. So watch what I'm going to show you. This is, you have to really know what you're doing to be looking at this. So I'm just going to do my zoom tool and zoom in a bit. So the first thing is, if you look at the Bushman one on the left, you'll see that the arms were put back on. They've been torn off. They've been severed, which is consistent with the Corso data. Now notice on the D. Aykroyd image, there's a slight mark, which means they're mimicking the tear on the arms, but you don't see an actual tear. You see this tear on the Bushman one, it's all red. And you see that these arms were torn right off. Now, if you look at the Kmart copy, it's just dripping with paint. What happened is they knew that somebody got in the lab and they had to make this doll right away. And they did it fast and they did a cheap job. And Hollywood was supplied with one of the dolls as well, but you're going to see where the real proof is that this is the real Roswell alien is in the eyes and in the brain. Now, notice when you look at the Kmart doll, you're just seeing a lot of shine from the flash because they used a flash. And if you look at the eye, it's just single surface flash. If you look at the Dan Aykroyd doll, you'll see the same thing. You just see the shine from the flash. Now, when we go to the Bushman, and I'll click here, you look in the middle of the eye, you see the double reflection. There's actually 3 discs coming out of the eye. Now, in photography, what that means is, I'll just stop screen share for a second. If you read Richard Feynman's Strange Theory of Light and Matter, when you stack sheets of glass on top of each other and you run a flash, you'll get multiple reflections off of the multiple surfaces of the translucent glass. And so that's why you get these stacked discs coming out of that eye. And that means the eye is multi-layered. This is a multi-layered eye. And in fact, human eyes really just have the surface we have of the real alien. Now look at this eye. You see this eye, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 layers.
David,
you see that?
No,
what?
You're not sharing the screen.
Oh, I'm not sharing the screen. Oh, share screen. Okay, so this is the photo. What do you see now?
I see several reflections in the eye.
Are you looking at a really grainy shot of the big eye with the big white thing in the middle, right?
Yeah, it's grainy. Yeah, but it looks like there's
okay, you see how
there.
many discs are reflecting out of that eye? Those are circles. I can count 7. That means there are 7 layers to this eye. 7 layers. Now, if you look in the middle, this big white thing that has real structure, I'm trying to figure out what that is, but it is quite possible, looking at the structure of that, the first thing I thought, is that the flash bulb on the camera? And no, those cameras have a rectangular flash with a grid pattern on it. It's not a circular flash. This is the center of the eye has all of these little balls. You see these little balls in there, and those are throwing off the multiple circle rings that you can see are stacked in different layers. So those circles, Rex, are stacked in multiple layers. And so when you go back to, let's go to the Dan Aykroyd. Okay, this one's upside down for some reason. Are you able to see that, the Dan Aykroyd one now, or do I have to?
You have to redo the screen share.
Okay, so re-screen share, I'll stop. Oh no, I did stop.
Yeah.
So you're gonna go to this. Now, you see that's just a shine. That's the Dan Aykroyd doll, up close. There's no stacked rings. That means that's just shiny paint on the surface. That's all you got. You see, there's no circles, there's no rings, just a glare, right? And it's the same with the Kmart. The Kmart is just completely a mess, right? Can you see the Kmart now?
Yes.
Okay, let me zoom in on Kmart. I don't know how many times I can do the zoom. It starts to pixelate. You see, that's just shine. You can see shine all over the head, the neck. That's just surface shine. There are no discs in those eyes. That's just all surface shine. So when you come back to the Dan Aykroyd, it's the same. Now notice the Dan Aykroyd one has little teeth. And let me show you the teeth on this is the Dan Aykroyd. Okay? And you can see they tried to make an impression of the severed arm, right? But again, there are no multiple disc layer flares coming out of the eye. Even this image here has 3 discs coming out of the eye, and you can see they're stacked 3-dimensionally. They're not lying on the same plane. And that's because the layers in this eye are spaced accordingly to the stacked circles. Now, if you understand optical physics and lenses the way I do, this eye is beyond a human eye. It's got more layers of mucus, liquid surface membranes inside of it. And look at the decay on the face. Now, let's go back to here. I did this research a while ago. I did it years ago into how bodies were preserved. If they needed long-term preservation, they could use a formaldehyde, but the body starts to it basically they lose the structure. They lose the structure because it starts to swell up from absorbing the formaldehyde chemical. It becomes very kind of it's almost like swollen tissue. So what they used to use was a plastic resin. And the plastic resin could preserve the cadaver of the dead body for years and years and years and years. And I looked very closely on the Bushman one, and you see this light purpley blue color on the skin and the arms. That's the plastic coating that has worn off since 1947 in different, see, it's very patchy. And you can see this in the, let me just, you can see this here, this kind of purpley color here. This is the color of that plastic coating. And so this guy has been well preserved in this kind of plastic coating, but it's very old. And you also notice what's called, here, let me just stop screen share for a second, because we're going to go to the whopper of the photograph in a minute, is you look at a real human face and its left-right symmetry is broken. And as we get older, we get little nuances on the right side of the chin and the mouth, and as opposed to the left. But if you look at the face of a child will have quite beautiful left-right symmetry. So you look at this guy, and you can see so many fine little dimples and wrinkles and character and mannerisms around the mouth. You look at your left,
You gotta do the
right,
screen share again with us.
Oh, I lost screen share. Okay, thanks.
No problem.
Okay, you go to this guy. Now look at the diacroid. Look at the mouth, and look how perfect the left-right symmetry is on that mouth. It's the same on both sides. Now go to the B. Bushman and look at the mouth, and look at the kind of drool coming out of the two edges of the mouth, and the wrinkles. Okay, you've got broken symmetry there. But you look at the diacroid mouth and the nose, it's freaking perfectly the same on both sides. And that's the work of an amateur. That's the work of somebody who's in a hurry to make this freaking doll and make it. You see, this, when Dan Aykroyd sent me this, I'm like, what movie was this guy in? I don't know what movie he was in. Hollywood didn't make this for a movie. So where did he get it? Now, if you look at the B. Bushman on the web, look at the mouth and the eyes, and you'll see there's a person there. You can see his character. And you can see the nose. You can see the bruising on the left, right. You can see this five-pointed star that meets the center of the head. Look between the eyes. You see this five-pointed star?
Let me ask you a quick question. We've been on the one image for a couple of minutes that's at the very top where it kind of shows the side angle.
Right.
Is that the one you've been
Wait, what are you seeing now? Do you see the B. Bushman Diacroid Kmart?
No, I'm just looking at the image that's showing the close up of the side face.
Oh, you're seeing that one. Okay, so let's go back to this one.
You were probably showing a different screen. That's what you were doing. You probably had two.
That's right.
Up
so look.
Okay.
Okay, let's go back to it. Look at the teeth and the mouth on the diacroid. It's perfectly straight. The left and right sides are the same. Now, if you go to the Kmart copy, it's just got paint dripping all over the mouth. It's really hilarious. So, but you go back to the B. Bushman and look at the mouth, and it's got so much character on the left and right side. And look at the five-pointed star between the eyes and above the nose. That's a penta. You see that five-pointed star?
Yeah. And could you zoom in a little bit?
Yeah, we can zoom in a little. Now, look at that five-pointed star, and then go back to the Dan Aykroyd. You don't see it. You see that?
They're different. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, no.
Absolutely.
This Bushman one is so real. Now watch what happens. Wait, now I'm gonna show you a picture, and this I'm a film expert. I can tell you there's no way to explain this. There's just no way. Now this guy, this is the close-up of the shot that I want to show you. Now
it's not showing. Did you click on another picture?
I did.
Every time you do that, for some reason, it's not taking it to it. So you may have to manually. There we go.
Okay, you see that?
Appreciate. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so look at again how many reflections are coming out of his left eye is your right. We've got 7 stacked reflections, and some of these reflections, there's one on the ear. His left ear is your right. There's one underneath the eye. Now look at the brain on your upper left. You see that red flash, and there's a huge energy wave coming out of the brain.
Can you zoom in on that for us?
Are you seeing that? What I'm seeing?
Oh, I am. Yeah, absolutely. I was just hoping you could zoom in.
Yeah, you come really close.
Wow.
Well, I lost him. Wait, there.
Now this is actually working.
You come really close. That is not what light bleed looks like. Like, let's say you open the camera on the last shot, Light bleed is very blurry, soft white. This is an ejecta wave. And notice that the ejecta wave is coming from the surface of the brain. It's red and yellow. And then wait till we zoom out of this shot. You'll see this massive wave. There's no light bleed there at all. There's no light bleeding into the skull. There's nothing coming from it onto the surface of the skin of the alien's face. This is most likely an event caused by photosensitive diode circuitry, because this thing is clearly AI. It's clearly AI living. It's alive, but it's got electronics in its inner circuitry. This thing is some super advanced half living, exactly what Corso said. Corso said they were half living, half AI, which is what we are now, right?
Can I jump in on that, please?
Yeah.
So I had a great interview recently with, I think his name's Tom Carey on Roswell. And he said that he interviewed the rancher, and the rancher said that when they crashed, there was one of those beings that was still alive.
Right.
And he had a telepathic communication with the entity. And the entity could tell that it was worried about it. Even though the rancher didn't know what it was, he was like, don't. And so it told the rancher via telepathic, don't worry about me. I've accepted my fate. Now, if this is true, then that tells me that there's some consciousness there and there's some empathy there for the gray, whether or not it's a merger of being and machine or not. Would you?
No, I can feel him. When I look at this picture, Rex, I can feel his personality. In the Kmart and the Ackroyd copy, because it's a copy, it has way less emotional content, but there's still some content, right? Just like an artist makes a portrait of you, there is some emotional content. Now look at this, fully zoomed out. Look at that wave coming out of his head. And that red flash, that's happening right at the surface of the brain. I'm telling you, there's something. I've gone into really close with a magnifying glass over these photos, and I can see little like comet streamers coming out of the eyes. It's really hard to do that on zooming a picture of a picture, but in the original I can see it. This is a mass kind of energy that came off, and this thing, again, it's dead. It's got circuitry in it. It's clearly got circuitry. But when they took the flash, I tell you, I've never seen a piece of film do this. I mean, look, it's right at the surface of the head. It's literally right there. Again, if this is a photograph whose, again, like let's say, Rex, a piece of film is shaped like this in the old days. It's a rectangle. And the last piece of film, if you don't roll it all the way into the cartridge, the light bleed comes in this way. But this is coming in this way, you see? So let's go back to it, which is not how a camera opens. They don't open like that. So this is some kind of unexplainable aberration. I've never seen in all my years of processing film anything that looks like this. And I've zoomed in Photoshop on that wave structure, and there is so much detail and resolution in those bands. It almost goes forever. Like I've zoomed way in on it. And I just can't believe how much structure is in that huge little wave there. In fact, there may be a message in that wave that I need to look at when you really zoom in on it and blow it up. There's something happening there.
Let me ask you, the wave that you're talking about, are we referencing this big sharp like?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, just wanted to confirm.
Okay, so you have the red coming out of the surface of the skin. You've got the red and the yellow coming out of the surface of the skin, and then the wave pattern begins.
Now I'm okay. So before I was seeing it, but I'm like, well, how is he connecting this to the red?
See, Rex,
wave?
when you zoom in on this and
Now
you keep zooming in, there's so much structure in that wave. Now I'm using an amateur tool right now to zoom in on it. But I can already see some of these discs that are reflecting out of the eyes. Like there's a disc right here above the red and to my left that is consistent with the little balls coming out of the eye. There's another one down here, and I've done this in really high res. I see one coming out of the, below the eyelid right here, and there's another one by the ear. Now, those are not chemical spills. Because they have a streak behind them. And even now, zoomed in on the alien's face, I can see the slight violet color of the plastic resin that has decayed. It's patchy, right? And that's what that is. And I verified this, that the military would use this type of resin in the old days to preserve. Now, when you look at those eyes, look at those eyes. Look at your left-right broken symmetry. This guy is really sad. I mean, there's emotion there. This guy is a captured alien with far superior technology to ours. This being suffered. This being definitely suffered. And I don't believe the dark circle bands under the eyes are what he looked like when he was first, either captured or killed. I think that those dark bands around the eyes are from the decay process of the body.
It's sad to think about a species that is so intelligent, that's traveling the stars. They come out here, their ship gets shot down by this Tesla technology. And then, I don't know, who knows if they tortured them for questioning or, how they interrogated them, but just not be able to go back to your natural habitat or with those that you traveled. And I find that and you can sense it, man. I could sense it. Like you said, that energy. It seems really depressed.
Oh yeah, you can sense him. Like here, he's more zoomed out. You can sense him, and this is a photograph. He's lying on some concrete. Yeah, again, this body is preserved in a plastic, but the circuitry, when the flash went off, still caused some effects. The eye is super sophisticated. How you see, when you use a flash, a human will get a red eye spot, the red eyes, and they come out from the flash. See, so we have the surface of the eye, we have the iris, which is where some people have blue or brown or green eyes, and then you have the pupil, and you have the ciliary muscles, which open up the iris of the eye. The pupil gets bigger when there's darkness and is trying to let in more light. And then you have the cornea. You have the retina in the back of the eye. And when I think of one of the shots of him, I don't know if I'm looking at his retina part of maybe there's something like almost like a flower inside, a structure inside of the eye that could be throwing off those multiple discs, which are stacked at different levels. You can see the three-dimensionality of them. So when I got this FedEx from Dan Aykroyd and he wrote it off, my wife said, there's a huge difference. Can't you see the difference? I mean, the Bushman one looks like it's really alive, like it's a person. And the other ones don't have the same level of character. So, Bushman did not take the photographs himself, but somebody very close to him whom he really trusts, whom he called number two, his number two closest person, did. And there's no way ultimately to understand if it's faked how they could produce all these effects in the eye. Like you could make a multi-layered eye out of multi-layered glass, but why the Kmart copy and the Dan Aykroyd copy don't have that? right? They don't have that. And I would say, you know, again, like here's another shot of him here. This, I don't think you've seen this one yet. This one, you can see, I know it's kind of fuzzy, but look at the mouth, and you see that kind of drool coming out of, you know, our right side of his mouth. And again, you look in the eye, this one is out of focus, this shot, which tells me this was probably taken in very, you know, a very dark setting. But again, they used a flash because we can see that coming out of the eye. But even in this one, I can see these soft circles that are floating above the body. One underneath the eye, one by the ear on the right. There's a little disc. And I'm like, what is that reflection doing way over by the ear? And there's a couple, in this photo, there's a couple of soft, blurry circles above the eye, which means there's a lot of reflected energy coming out of this eye. And this is not a doll. This thing is not a doll. It's an incredibly, if it's a doll, if it's fake, and it's not the real alien, whoever did this spent a lot of money and time on it. A lot of money and time. Because this eye is got me stumped. I mean, and look at the character in this, in these eyes. Look at the number of bands, that the wrinkle line bands. I mean, this is definitely not a child. It's not a child. And some of that gray and blackness is because it's an aged corpse, right? But they use the plastic resin to preserve it. I really don't think it looked, I'm trying to imagine what it looked like before it was dead. Trying to imagine.
Probably much more youthful like, and you've heard the testimonies of people that have seen these beings, and they call them the kids.
Right.
So
3 to 4 feet tall.
Yeah. Oh, and I don't think that they look this traumatized. I mean,
yeah, but look at, okay, look, I'll show you another photograph here. Look at the hand that's holding the back of the head here. Hang on a sec.
So, and while you're pulling that up, someone wanted me to ask you, and they're making some very interesting comments. They're saying, what if this is what could happen to us as a species unless we can help them? And then she also wanted to know if that black spot was like a, what did she say? It looks like that's where someone might have got struck by lightning. Is the black part where the circuit cooked the skin?
Well, okay, I'm going to show you. Let me pull the photographs of the feet out because I didn't get those up. I have to hold them in front of the camera, and you can see some of the damage.
I'll have you stop the screen share for when you do that, if you would.
Yeah, I'll have to stop screen share. So, but I want you to note on this screen share the size of the hand compared to the head. Okay. So that doesn't look as small as the Acroid doll. That's a big head. Okay, so look at that hand.
Right.
Now, if I do the same thing, right, it's the same size as my head. Now, mind you, I have a huge head. I wear XXL hat sizes, and I've got small shoulders, so I got this big head and small shoulders. So some people make a joke that I'm like an alien. So there's the feet, and you see the burn marks on the feet? You see that?
Yes.
That would be, remember, the beam weapon that struck their craft, according to Bushman's Navy doctor, who was treating the pilot who just shot it down, it would have sent a massive electrical discharge and fried the thing. Just fried it. So the burn marks coming out of the feet could also be consistent with a lightning strike, a very severe lightning strike. And there are some theories that the crafts at Roswell were hit by lightning, but I really doubt that. I believe the Bushman testimony is the real testimony. Now, when I'm looking at these real photographs, the resolution is so much better, like on the wave coming out of the head there, right? It's way better than the scans that I sent you. I mean, what I sent you are pictures of pictures taken with my iPhone. But if I were to scan these in a drum scanner with really high resolution, which I did do years ago with this wave, the one with the wave coming out of the head, again, the hardest part to argue here is the eyes. It's the hardest part to argue. There's no way to argue it. And it's just impossible for an amateur. Like, I don't believe, I've looked at the pictures from the Spielberg movie of E.T., the doll E.T. for the movie. And if I look at the color spectra of the surface of the skin of the E.T., it doesn't have a lot of bands of color. It's pretty limited. But if I take a real human face, especially somebody, like I'm in my 60th year, so I have more color bands in my face from, slight dark circles under the eyes, a little bit of gray in my hair. I don't have much gray for my age, and I don't dye my hair, but I can tell you that there's a lot of spectroscopy of color hues and tones in a real face. And again, if we go back to the three alien pictures, the Kmart, and let me just go to my screen share. You see, you look at the Kmart. Now look at the color spectra in the Kmart. Very limited color spectra. And look at the Ackroyd, which is really a lot of white, gray, but look at the Bushman. Now look at all that color. Look at all the different color hues in the Bushman. You see, it's got way more color bands in that image of that being. It's also got way more dimples. Like, look at the numbers of dimples and wrinkles in the chin and the jawline, the nose, the mouth. Look at all the character bands in the eye. The eye has so many bands. And you can see in the Kmart and the Ackroyd, they try to duplicate some of those bands. But those bands don't have any color in them. It's just, the Kmart is basically two to three colors. And the Ackroyd is the same. But look at the Bushman. Look at the orangey colors. And there's violet, which is most likely the plastic resin. And if you get down into the chest area of the Bushman, and the ligaments of the arms were clearly torn right off, and they were put back on. And the Ackroyd and the Kmart, really cheap job there of trying to mimic that. So why the big effort to create dolls that looked like this? And the reason is clear. They knew the photographs were going to get out, and they were immediately going to do a smear job on this. And to the amateurs, like I, again, posted this on Facebook some years back, and immediately people thought, oh, Sarita, you've gone crazy. It's clearly a joke. It's just a doll. Look at the Kmart. And that's what they do, because that's how their minds work. They're just quick, flipping through stories on the internet, very superficial analysis. And they say, oh, well, look, it's clearly the same thing. There's nothing there. It's not really the Roswell alien. They're wasting your time. And that's exactly what the people who designed the cover-up wanted you to think. But I gave this thing a fair, deep analysis. Having read Richard Feynman's Strange Theory of Light and Matter, which really helped me analyze it, having processed hundreds and hundreds of rolls of film and hundreds of hours in the darkroom, years and years and years developing film. And yeah, I know what a chemical stain looks like, because in the old days you used chemicals, and if you didn't clean your negative, then you could get these little spots on the negative. But we're not looking at that. This is clean film, and there's no question there's a cover up, and there's no question that this is probably I would give it a high degree of probability. At the very least, it is a preserved copy of the original, which means that it really looked like this. But due to the ejectas coming out of the eye and the multi-layered eye, I'm saying no, a copy couldn't do that unless you spent a lot of money on the eye. And you look at the E.T. doll from the movie E.T., it doesn't have a multi-layered eye that produces multi-layered reflections. And the Kmart and the Acroid don't have multi-layered reflections. They're single surface shine is all it is. So I think this is the real deal.
Now, did I see in the thumbnails or in the photos that you sent me, one of them was like a foot and one of them was like a hand also, or you had a couple of the foot? And
I don't think I sent you the foot of there's one with the hand behind the head, but I never
one of an alien hand.
Yeah, no, I never sent you the hand or the foot. I could do that for your editing purposes. I'd have to, they're quite blurry, and that's because whoever took these, here's a picture of the hand. Different than ours, right? 5 fingers, but look at that thumb, how low it comes down. And again, it's got burn marks. There's clearly burn marks you see coming out. It's like burn holes. So again, if this energy beam weapon hit their craft, transmitted a huge amount of energy, it fried them and killed them. But if they're part AI, a lot of the circuitry would still work. And whoever designed this thing, like you imagine, okay, if you look in Sitchin's books, you'll see that these gods had these gray type of alien artificial intelligence. I'm trying to remember what they were called because I read all the Sitchin books. I met Zecharia Sitchin. Him and I used to write each other. But they were basically their scout artificial intelligent, robots that were, patrolling the universe and collecting data and sending it back home. And that's because the gods didn't want to do the work themselves. And this is in Sitchin's book, and they look very similar to Graves. The only thing is if you would imagine this guy has too much character. Like there's too much character in the mouth and the nose and the eyes. Something tells me this thing was a living thing. And a living thing can still, like, look what Elon Musk is talking about right now. He's talking about putting a chip in the brain that makes us part AI. Right? So we are part AI now because we Google everything. We don't have to know anything anymore. You just Google it, you read a short little article, and it's incredible. Remember, in the old days, you'd have to go to the library, go to the big catalog, and flip through through all the different possible books on the subjects you wanted to research, and check the book out and read it. But now you can Google semiconductive holes or mini black holes. You can Google any. You just got to know what to ask Google. I won't say it's all there, but there's more and more. The internet is incredible. I mean, it's got everything. It's got entertainment. Most people use it to watch cheap tabloid news all day long. They flip through Facebook, they see what's trending on this social media and that's all they do. But I use it for all sorts of things, research, entertainment, my kids. But I would say the best data is on this subject is well hidden on the internet. It's not that available.
When I first read, so I saw those images and I thought they were fascinating years ago. And then I did a little bit more research because I was like, wow, this is so incredible. There's got to be something up to it. And I did some research, and then I came across an article. And I usually don't even tap into Snopes because they seem, in my opinion, they seem extremely hypocritical and biased. And if you're really wanting to debunk something, then be real. Don't be biased, because you're not going to debunk anything. But that's a whole other podcast. But I went into the article, and then in the article, there was a photograph of one of those Kmart aliens.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks, without doing further analysis, when you just look at it quick, and if you don't do DFs, and now it's on the internet as these are alien photographs. So I didn't look into it any further. And, but this is what I want to say. I should have listened to the voice in my head, because that little quiet voice that there said, this was probably done to debunk it. And then when I talked to you, and you were talking about this, and I didn't put two and two together until you said the doll factor with Kmart and the alien. And I was like, boom, I knew it. I should have listened to that little quiet voice in my head, because that's a brilliant way to get 99% of the population, even serious researchers, to say, oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, the guy lost it. I get it. But then somebody like you actually met him, and he shows you the photographs. You talk to him when he's fully coherent, and with your circles, and then you go dive, is not the same.
It's not the same. And Boyd also showed me a photograph of what was probably the spirit of the alien, because this is a photograph that shows the same alien, the same structure, but it's glowing as a living spirit, and it showed up on the camera. And it's the same shape. And when I looked at it again, you got to remember how much film experience I have. And there's a huge difference between digital photography and film. And one of the things about film that's much more advanced than digital is on the surface of emulsion, which is like an acetate emulsion, are crystals. And these crystals sit on the surface of the skin, and they can absorb light holographically, which means light can activate that crystal from any direction. Whereas digital CCDs, they only receive light on a flat plane. They can't receive light at steep angles coming in from different directions. So real film has a lot of quality and data in it that you'll never see in a digital photograph ever again. And it's the same with the surface of paper. Like black and white photographs use silver halide and silver bromide crystals, and they're crystals. So when the image is imprinted in the crystal, it's holographic, which means the light reflects off the crystal in all different directions, even though it appears it's sitting on a flat plane. But imagine a bunch of pebbles sitting on a piece of wood under the microscope. That's what real film and real paper really is. But a digital plane interprets data flat. So it compresses everything very, very flat. And so you have to look at these Bushman images were taken with real film. And there's three-dimensional qualities in it when I look at the alien, and I can sense its character much better than, like, I look at people's photographs on the internet today, and they're just garbage to me. Like, you don't see good photographs much anymore unless you own a camera. Some of the cameras I have, like a Nikon D800E, is 36 megapixels with a very large CCD. If you take pictures with a digital Hasselblad, now those are impressive. But the pictures people are taking today on their phones, these are not impressive. You have to know how lenses work. When a short focal length lens gets close to a human face, it distorts it like an egg. Like you're so distorted, like don't take selfies with your camera this close to your face. It's totally distorting the face. You know, portrait photography is done with long lenses. Really good portraits are done with long lenses. And even photographing the human body, it's not very good to get close to the subject because of the curvature of the lens. It's distorting the whole body. But these pictures of the Roswell alien, I mean, mind you, this is a pretty cheap camera. These are disposable plastic Fuji and Kodak cameras. And these photographs were taken in I think 2003 or 4, and Bushman got them from a highly credible source, and it has the story. They got into the lab in one of Los Alamos's labs in New Mexico, and I lived there. I lived in Santa Fe for years, and my dad currently lives in Taos, New Mexico, with his wife. He's 80 years old. And so I know that region, I know that area, and there's so many secret bases there. And Bushman told me that they got into this base and there was no security for a very short window, and they got the camera in there, took the pictures, got it out, and the photographs were sent to Bushman's number 1 from his number 2, and Bushman looked at the photographs. And again, Bushman has tremendous experience. He's not a dummy. So when people said, you know, Bushman lost his mind when the Kmart copy came out, look at the thing. The paint is just dripping all down. You can see all the drip lines. You're trying to tell me that's the same thing? And again, look at the color. There's no color in this thing. There's only 3 colors in that Kmart. The Bushman one has hundreds of color hues. There's hundreds there. And you just have to, if you did a color spectroscopy of the Bushman images and counted the number of color hues, and you can actually have this professionally analyzed, and the Kmart and the Acroyd, you'll see that the Kmart and the Acroyd have very few color hues that are detectable in a scan. And the Bushman has hundreds. There's hundreds of colors in that thing. And so there's no way, again, a cheap doll, even looking at E.T., the actual E.T. doll, which I've looked at really good photographs of, does not have a lot of color variations, right? It just doesn't. And again, look at a real human face, especially one with character. There's a lot of color variations in a real human face. And again, it also depends on the light source. You know, do you have a pure white light source? Well, a flash is a pure white light source. So it has all the colors in it, right? So you don't have the Kmart, they used a flash, the Dan Aykroyd used a flash, and the Bushman used a flash. So your light source is pretty consistently true white, which is what the sun is, right? And white light contains all the colors. Sunlight is the purest because it has more color in it in its white light than you know, even a camera flash. But most camera flashes are pretty full spectrum. So that means what you're looking at is to make a fake with hundreds of color hues, it'd be very hard to do. Can it be done? Yes. Can a multi-layered eye be made? Yes, it can. With layering glass, layers and layers of glass. But I've never seen one. I've seen good dolls that have glass eyes, but they'll only produce one reflection off of surface number 2 and surface number 1. So you might get 2 reflections out of a really good quality. You know, people pay a lot of money for good dolls, by the way. They pay over $100,000 for super high-end collector dolls. Yeah, my daughter's shown me some of them online. He said, look, Daddy, look at how much this doll costs. And yeah, I've seen some of them. The eyes are pretty amazing. They use real glass. And so if you took a flash photograph, you might see 2 reflections. But I see 7. And these discs are floating at different, you know, holographic, different spatial from each other layering. So that means there's that many layers of reflective surfaces in the eye. Never seen a doll like that. So again, it all comes down to the eye for me. This thing is real, and Boyd was not stupid. He knew. Boyd is a trained physicist, and once you're trained in physics and you have years of photography experience, you can tell what you're looking at. You can see it. I can see the plastic resin. It's almost like big flakes that have turned a kind of violet you know, and you could peel them off too, because that coloration from the resin that they used. In fact, I was Googling this. Here's a resin. What was it called? It was called Bakelite. It was invented by a Belgian-American chemist, Leo Baekeland, in Yonkers, New York in 1907. They used it everywhere, in electronics, kitchenware, jewelry, pipe stems, children's toys, dolls, and I learned that they used these resins to preserve dead bodies. I did this research years ago.
This is powerful stuff, David.
It's powerful because we're probably looking at the only, like, do you know how many fake alien stories? Remember when Bob Kiviat came out with the alien autopsy video? And Bob Kiviat filmed me. It was the first show I did for Fox. Was I appeared on the NASA UFOs in a Bob Kiviat production in Los Angeles. And the alien autopsy, when I looked at the alien autopsy, I said, that's fake. That's not the real alien. This is clearly real photography shot in the time period, but it was probably an illustrative video to show other military personnel what they were dealing with without showing them the actual alien. It didn't, if you look at the face in the alien autopsy and the head, it's very stiff, but of course that's what they call a dead body. They call it a stiff because you get really stiff, you know, when the body dies, the muscles, the rigor mortis sets in and the muscles tighten up. But when you look at the character and the face of this guy, this thing has so much character in the face. Even E.T. does not. I wish I could pull up an image of E.T. right now to show you, but you're going to have to Google it, and that's because of copyright protection on E.T. You'll see the face of E.T. is nowhere near as sophisticated as this guy. I mean, it's nowhere near as sophisticated as this guy. You know, it's just not. This guy is incredible character lines. His mouth, the broken symmetry on the left and the right. I mean, this is, if it's an artist's creation, boy, did somebody spend a lot of time on this. And why? It didn't appear in any Hollywood movie. And in some ways, he's a little more human looking than the classic image of a gray. Look at our classic images of grays. There's no character in the face at all. It almost looks like a helmet. What if, this is a high probability, Rex, what if there is a helmet and the helmet is what many nurses saw who had, I have a woman right now, she's in her 90s. She was a nurse at Roswell. She saw them. Now, she won't go on the record though. But I know her daughter really well. And it's sad that she won't go on the record, but there is a very good possibility that the gray face is a helmet, and this is what's sitting underneath it. Because look at how emotionless the eyes and the face structure are on grays. And I could say that when I look at a motorcyclist with his helmet on and his goggles, it's an emotionless face. If I look at an astronaut with their helmet on, it's an emotionless structure. But if I look at this guy, he's got so much character, it's unbelievable. That's real amazing character. And it's more, the face is more human than I would expect. This is quite a human face. I mean, it's it's got a chin, jawline, ears, eyes, nose. It's got the 5-pointed star pattern in the, in between the eyes and the orbital ridge of the skull and the eyebrow area. You can see this incredible star pattern. But this is, imagine if this is really him, if this is really, and we've overlooked this all these years, because when we put these things came out on the internet, I mean, when RT News ran the story, it was so quick, you could see the video. Bushman held up the photograph to the camera like this, and his hand was kind of moving around, and that was it. But there was no analysis. I've had these photos in my possession since 2007. And I haven't done anything. You're the first person, Rex. You're the first person. And this FedEx from Dan Aykroyd that was opened by U.S. Customs was 2008. So I've had it that long. And one of the reasons I decided to do nothing about it is I said people aren't going to believe this. They're so superficial and they're so quick and their eyes are so untrained. They're just going to laugh at this. And so, it took me a long time to do the research on the eyes. And even though I had good research on the eyes 5 years ago, I still didn't think most people were intelligent enough to understand how when you stack sheets of glass, you get reflections off of all the different sheets of glass with one light source in a flash. And depending on the angle of the flash to the camera, they will appear as multiple reflections. But you got to read Richard Feynman's Strange Theory of Light and Matter, which is a very small book, and it explains this. The whole book explains. Feynman was doing experiments by stacking sheets of glass and trying to determine, was there any orderly fashion to which particle of light will reflect off surface number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and so on, depending on how many sheets of glass you stacked. And he found that it was all completely chaotic and random, and there was no mathematical, quantifiable way to formulate a theory of why a particular particle of light will penetrate surface of glass 1 and go and bounce off of glass sheet number 3 and not penetrate any further, and yet another one would penetrate all of them and then come out. And so he was trying to figure it all out. And again, it was that book that allowed me to understand what I was looking at in the eyes. This thing is I've never seen a flash photograph of a human eye produce so many reflections. So you think a human eye is incredible. You have to understand, when you take your iPhone in a low lit room, it has to take a long exposure, and that's why you get a blurry image without a flash. And you get this really grainy image. But the human eye can go in the dark, and your pupils can dilate, and you can see incredible detail in the dark. Once your pupils open up, and you can let in all that. No camera in the world can do that. Nothing can do that. And I went through years and years and years where I had this blinding apparition of Jesus Christ in 1994, where he was shining brighter than a thousand of our suns. And I wrote a book called Face to Face with Jesus Christ, which my publisher stole. Budolphin Publishing stole it, and it still sells on Amazon to this day. People paid up to $400 for out-of-print copies of my book on my apparitions of Christ. And after those apparitions, my third eye got so open that I could see spirits. I've seen hundreds and hundreds of spirits with perfect optical clarity. And I had to ask myself, how am I seeing this? Why am I seeing this? And I remember one night in Sedona when my wife and I were in bed, it was pitch black, and the neighbor came home. And I could see his red brake lights as he was backing up into his driveway through the wall, not through the window, through the wall. And I said, now I know what's happened. My brain became so sensitive that I can see tiny, tiny amplitudes of light, because light passes right through solid walls, but it's very little of it goes through the wall. So if your eyes were really sensitive to those tiny amplitudes of light, the red taillights of my neighbor's car, some of the red light photons are going right through the wall. Some of them interact with the atomic structure inside the wall, and some reflect off the outer surface of the wall. That's in The Strange Theory of Light and Matter by Richard Feynman. So light behaves very strangely in that it's strange in the sense that you can't predict why some of the light will go right through the wall, and why some of it will get lost in the wall, in the atoms inside the wall, and some of it will bounce off the surface of the wall, giving you a picture that there's a solid object there. But in truth, the wall is transparent. It's not really there. So my brain could see my neighbor's brake lights through the wall, and I could see the whole taillight, the structure of it and everything. So in these years and years and years of seeing into the invisible, I became interested in NASA's exploration of ultra-sensitive light cameras. And I researched their cameras on space shuttle missions, and they were using so many different cameras. Some that could see ultraviolet near, far, and extreme. Now, we don't see ultraviolet light. We stop at the color violet, right? So we see the rainbow spectrum, but we don't see ultraviolet. Now, Claude Monet, the great artist, had a phenomena occur where he could see ultraviolet light, and that's why he put a lot of violet in some of his paintings. And then also bees and some birds can see ultraviolet light. But I can see ultraviolet light. I'm one of those rare humans that can see it. There are days when I look at the blue sky and it's purple. And it's not after wearing glasses or anything, but I can see a purple sky. And in fact, I've done tests with my eyes. With both of my eyes see color differently. So I'm just saying there's more in perception. We rely on light, and we rely on our eyes. Our eyes are far more advanced than the cameras people are using taking their pictures today. So you're looking at pictures, but when you use your eyes to look at a picture taken with real film, part of you can have an emotional response. So when you look at the Roswell alien, your brain is scanning, and it's actually seeing the image holographically. But a digital image is not the same. It's not the same thing. It's much more flat, which means you're going to have a way less of an emotional connection to the subject in the photograph, because there's no crystals sitting on the surface of a digital image. So it's very special. I mean, I look at him from time to time in my computer, and it feels like I can feel him, what he was feeling at that time. And I know what Boyd told me is that we captured one of them. It stayed alive. They kept it alive for a long time, but it was in prison. And it moved around. They had it at Area 51, but not very briefly. It lived in Los Alamos. This thing was alive. And believe me, its buddies up there knew where it was. And I'm sure that they were able to communicate with it, even the ones that were dead, because of the circuitry in their, and maybe this circuitry I'm speaking of, I mean, you have to think of electric eels. An electric eel can actually carry an electric charge and electrocute its prey. So is it possible their brains and this huge energy wave electric discharge coming out of the brain, and some of the streamers that I see coming out of the eyes are not just reflections, but they're actual electrical discharges, that these things are a kind of life form that has real electrical power running through them. I know that Corso was deeply mystified I think I read his book years ago. I think he believed they were part AI, part living. But again, I beg you to understand that you don't even need that computer chip implant in the brain that Elon Musk is talking about. All you need is your cell phone, and you Google stuff all day, and you rely on the access to Google to get information. So therefore, we're already part AI, and the danger of that is what Google knows is what we know. But we're way more sophisticated than a computer. Our nervous systems, our brains have billions and billions of times more sensors than there are transistors in an Intel computer chip. There's billions of transistors in an Intel chip, but you should see how many sensors are sitting inside of you. Like, we have way more capacity. Now, this guy might be, the fact that he survived an interstellar trip, and it might have been engineered. It might have been designed to make that trip. But it may have consciousness. I think if it is AI, it's conscious. It has access to consciousness. I can see it in his face. You know, you don't get character if you're just a robot. There's no character. Comes from all the different things that happen to you in your life build your character. The difficult things, the beautiful things you notice. And when you look at that face, man, if an artist created that, all those different layers and dimples and lines in the face and bands and the eyes, the multiple layered eye, that is one incredible artist. I want to meet the person who did it. Now, do I know 100% this is the Roswell alien? No. What I'm doing is I'm showing you as an audience how to think and how to analyze data that's sitting right in front of you. Is this the face of the alien that's sitting under the gray helmet? Very, very possible. I would say it's way more possible than alien autopsy. There are some other really low-level light images, Rex, that are out there of footage of aliens, and you can see that footage isn't real. There's no detail there. I know what Super 8 film looks like. I know how much data is in real Super 8 film. Have you seen some of the Super 8 footage of the Zetas that's out there? That isn't real.
None of it. No, I saw the alien autopsy thing, and I thought to myself it was fake when I saw it.
No, it was military footage to show other branches of military that we have an alien, and they needed to fake it because those other branches of the military weren't allowed to see the real deal.
Let me show you. I want to show you something real quick. And first of all, I got to say, this is like, I didn't know how we were going to top the last podcast, but you did. So thank you. I'm still like, I've got the organic popcorn and I haven't even touched it yet because my mind's blown. This is amazing. This is absolutely incredible. And I feel so honored, dude. You have no idea. I mean, this is like well,
these two stories go hand in hand. You're talking about, the shoot down of the Space Shuttle Columbia, the ET war that goes back all the way to the Battle of 42 in Roswell.
Now,
so yeah, no, this kind of stuff.
Now this one right here, I want to just give you the rundown on this one right here. So Daryl Sims has been a guest on Leak Project many times. Daryl Sims, the alien.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I know Daryl.
And I think he's a pretty straight shooter, man. Being the fact that he does.
I love Daryl. I just want you to know I love Daryl Sims. The guy's awesome.
He is. I mean, being the fact that he used to work for the company, certainly you're going to get a lot of skills and you've got to be at a certain skill set just to get an opportunity to work for the company because they want the brightest and the best. But then he had that background, but also with his life experiences of abductions and his family. So he's the one that sent me this photo. And actually the photo that he sent me that we did a podcast on, it's a little bit more detail, but it's not zoomed in like this. And so I wanted to zoom in more and show you this image, but this is what he claims to be one of the browns, which is like one of the grays, but you can see the detail pretty well in there. And it's like poking its head out, man. I don't know. That's pretty
But
wild.
where's the photo taken? What are we?
Okay, so this was taken in somebody's house. The mom was taking a picture of her daughter, and that's her. You can see the hair of her daughter right there. And this little alien was like just poking its head out like this, like it's in a hallway. They take.
Oh, it could definitely be a spirit. See, Boyd Bushman had tons of photos like this of what could, or interdimensionals.
Ah. Okay. Okay. So
which means it's there. It might even be a demon type of creature. I don't know. I don't know if it's a demon type creature, but I've seen this phenomena where people take pictures, and at the time of photography, they didn't see it, and there's a really structured UFO, and I've seen some really good photographs where there's a real being standing there that's totally humanoid, that's quite different than us, and was not there at the time of photography. And again, going back to the strange theory of light and matter, that it's understandable that it's possible for someone to be there and for all of the light to pass through that, but a camera sees things differently, and it's also the time when you click the shutter. At that moment, there could be a peak amplitude wave function that allows you to see it, right?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
People have to make up their own minds. Like, again, I'm giving this information out. I was going to make a documentary on this, and that's when I said, I can't do it anymore. I can't make documentaries for free and just put it out on the internet. So the only way to do it is to give this information free to the world that Boyd Bushman gave me, who is now deceased, has been deceased for quite some years now, and see what people think of it. You know, I tend to believe that himself, but I'm sure if he thought it was a doll, and it was a joke, he never would have been interested in the case at all. He would have thrown it out, and he really trusts his number 2 closest source who took the photographs. He really trusts the person. So, you know, I think there's so much data leaning in the direction that it's something real. It's more real than alien autopsy. It should be a really big deal to TV networks, but most TV networks don't spend the time to analyze data properly. They're very superficial, very hyped up. So I really appreciate it. It's the same with the way we went over the Space Shuttle Columbia. I think you passed 25,000 views, and that's good because it's only been out for what, 10 days or something.
Yeah, that's the most popular. That one and the Illuminati playing card game that I showed exactly the outline of the next couple weeks. Those two are going neck and neck. But remember, that Illuminati card game is for entertainment purposes only, of course, folks.
Right. Well,
oh man,
it's funny. Like this morning, I got up and watched Newsmax. I watched the Giuliani press conference with Trump on, and the data they have in this case.
This is absolutely incredible, folks. Now, if you want to listen to this podcast in full, you need to go to leakproject.com right now. For a limited time, because we just got done doing this live, you can click on the live stream and you'll have an opportunity to watch it absolutely free. Not only that, if you had a chance to watch it live, you would be able to interact with the video chat. See, as an example, it says join chat. I'm just going to put shapeshifter. Boom. I've joined the chat. So it's that easy to join the conversation. Now, if you want to get access to some of the exclusive podcasts, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to go to leakproject.com. You're going to want to get a free trial membership. And if you want to keep that membership, then you can keep it for less than $10 a month. But if you don't have the money and you really want to listen to a show, here's your opportunity. Get the free membership, have fun with it, and we'll go from there. So thousands of exclusive podcasts only available at leakproject.com. Over 3,000 videos here, and you can stream them to your favorite device. Here are some of our featured guests that we've recently had on the show. And I'll tell you, folks, it's a lot of people will go on a binge with Leak Project. They'll like binge watch. So check us out. And thank you for being here. Be excellent to each other and be the change you want to see.
But it has also presented us with an extraordinary opportunity, a chance to reset and accelerate efforts to improve the state of our world.
We need nothing short of a paradigm shift, and the time to act is now.
bit of a conspiracy theorist. So I've been watching the news. I thought that. What's Roman numerals? These are Roman numerals apart from 0, because there's no 0 in Roman numerals. Doesn't include it. So to write these out in Roman numerals, you've got to go for the highest first, which is D. 500, right? D. D. Then you can start from the others, and then it just runs in a row. So it's C, D, I. Right. Now this works out in Roman numerals to. I'm gonna quickly put it down so I can write it, and I'll show you. It's 2 hours. Right, 606. What is 606 in computer language? There you go. The elites always leave clues. Leave clues. Leave clues.
The COVID-19 crisis has shown us that our old systems are not fit anymore for the 21st century. It has laid bare the fundamental lack of social cohesion, fairness, inclusion, and equality. In short, we need a great reset. We have a choice to remain passive, which would polarization, increase social unrest and conflicts. But we have another choice. We can build a new social contract, particularly integrating the next generation. We can change our behavior to be in harmony with nature again. And we can make sure that the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution are best utilized to provide us with better lives. It is obvious that we are in the midst of the most severe crisis the world has experienced since World War II. 75 years ago, countries and people came together to shape the post-war global order, which brought us decades of peace, which brought us decades of peace, increased global cooperation, and prosperity.
I take the threat very seriously. I take the fact that he develops weapons of mass destruction very seriously.
Bush's deadline for Saddam Hussein to leave Iraq, that U.S. warships and planes, there were F-117 stealth bombers involved, launched the opening salvo of Operation Iraqi Freedom. The attack came in waves, cruise missiles, followed by the F-117 stealth bombers with so-called bunker-busting bombs. Their target, a bunker believed to be sheltering what are called top leaders of the Iraqi regime. Now, this is what it looked and sounded like in Baghdad. It was this short, and this is what happened. And this is what happens. And this is what happened.
Days of peace.
He struggles, stumbles, and shouts as he fights against the enraged rebels.
And prosperity. Now is the historical moment, the time, not only to fight severe virus, but to shape the system for the need for the post-corona era.
But do you ever stop and think if what you do is sustainable? And do you know what sustainable development means? Sustainable development is to make the world a better place for everyone now without destroying the possibilities for the next generations. If you wonder if something is sustainable, you can ask yourself, can we do this over and over again forever? And the better systems we create for a fair distribution, the more sustainable we are. This journey ties us together. If we are to win the battle for a sustainable future, we have to play with fair rules that applies to everyone. But for us to be the best versions of ourselves, there are certain things that must be in order, like having equal opportunities. This provides greater opportunities for us as human beings, but also for the planet. We just have to think in new ways. And there is actually a plan for this. All the countries of the United Nations have agreed on a joint plan for sustainable development. But for the plan to work, we need to cooperate, and we need you to be on board. Are you with us?
Five different programs. Equality of opportunity between women and men, contributing to the transformation of society. Sustainability. Solidarity. Compliance, and providing confidence to our stakeholders. We are all 2030 agenda.
Doing my part.
I'm
doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part too.
They're doing their part. Are you? Join me and save the world. And save the world. And save the world.
Years ago, you might remember this, we used to have a thing called weather. Weather used to change, and there used to be storms, and there used to be, strong weather situations, and we used to call it weather. Now, every time that happens, as it's always happened, now it's climate change, we're all gonna die. And what we have now is the coronavirus version of that, and bringing down the world economic system and destroying people's businesses, livelihoods, ability to pay the rent. Why are we doing that and not just focusing totally on those who could have a serious problem because of their immune system deficiencies?
No, and they're telling us.
I'll tell you why. Because if they carried on and allowed that to happen, the world economic system would not be demolished. And the idea is to demolish it so you can replace it. Problem, reaction, solution. That's why.
I don't know about you, but I have had more than enough of this disease that attacks not only human beings, but so many of the greatest things about our country. But after all we've been through, it isn't enough just to go back to normal. We've lost too much. We've mourned too many. We've been through too much frustration and hardship just to settle for the status quo ante, to think that life can go on as it was before the plague. And it will not. And it will not. Because history teaches us that events of this magnitude, wars, famines, plagues, events that affect the vast bulk of humanity, as this virus has, they don't just come and go. They are more often than not the trigger for an acceleration of social and economic change. Acceleration of social and economic change. Because we human beings will simply not content ourselves with a repair job. We see these moments as the time to learn and to improve on the world that went before. And that's why this government will build back better.
Take a look at America today. An economic crisis, a racial justice crisis, a climate crisis. You can't just build back the way things were before. The way things were before. We have to build back better.
On the world that went before. And that's why this government will build back better.
We can do this. We can build back better. And I'm looking forward to getting started as soon as we can.
Our next guest is already changing the world.
Pick for the 2019
paper from the journal Biosciences, co-signed by more than 11,000 scientists, asserted that planet Earth's population must be stabilized and ideally gradually reduced to question the morality of having children at all.
There's scientific consensus that the lives of children are going to be very difficult, and it does lead, I think, young people to have a legitimate question. Is it okay to still have children? Is it okay to still have children?
Documentarian David Attenborough described humanity as a plague upon the earth.
I can't think of a single problem that wouldn't be easier to solve if there were less people.
We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. How dare you?
I must be missing something, because every single thing that happens today is climate change. Kids in schools are being brainwashed. Parents don't seem willing to strike back. Universities fill the heads of their students with global warming rubbish. The corporate world is virtually exercising a form of blackmail. Superannuation funds say, if this particular corporation or that particular corporation doesn't have a climate change strategy, we won't invest. Banks say we won't provide funding for a coal-fired power station. Everything's climate change. The floods in England are climate change. The tornadoes in America are climate change. The bushfires are climate change. It is we who should be terrified and aghast that people of such intellectual dishonesty are in the national parliament. This stuff is damaging, it's dangerous, and it's everywhere. We're in a cultural war. Climate change is the new religion. So they must mean that carbon dioxide's a problem. And the world as we know it will end if we don't do something about it. Hang on. Carbon dioxide is 0.04% of the atmosphere. That is over the whole world. Human beings create only 3% of that 0.04% over the whole world. And Australia, human beings, manufacturers, cows breaking wind, bushfires, are responsible for 1.3% of the 3% of the 0.04%. Is anyone seriously suggesting that we should stand the economy on its head, force up energy prices, damage business, jeopardise employment because 0.04% of the atmosphere is carbon dioxide? Where is there a political leader who'll stand in the public place and say this is unadulterated rubbish and we are damaging our children? Forget the economy. Forget the fact that energy prices will go through the roof if we rely solely on renewable energy. I'm worried about our kids. They're being fed this garbage from kindergarten to primary school to secondary school to university, in the media, in business, in politics. It's a disease. And it seems to have us by the throat. Angela Merkel in Germany has approved an $88 billion spending package, a carbon pricing scheme. Germany are going to tax flying. We are feeding our young people with dishonesty, and economies everywhere are being stood on their head. If we genuinely want to fight for the future of our kids, we're going to have to fight against this intellectual rubbish. And it appears that only a few of us are prepared to step into the ring.
Well, you spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There is nothing to do with espionage. The main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. 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 It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The result you can see. Most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. Programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is black, you still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. To get rid of society of these people, you need another 20 or 15 years to educate a new generation of patriotically minded and common sense people who would be acting in favor and in the interests of the United States society.
And yet these people who've been programmed and, as you say, in place and who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept, these are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country?
Most of them, yes. Simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people. And the Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. Obviously they will join the links of dissenters, dissidents. Yes. Unlike in present United States, there will be no place for dissent in future Marxist-Leninist America. Here you can get popular like Daniel Ellsberg and filthy rich like Jane Fonda for being dissident, for criticizing your Pentagon. In future, these people will be simply squashed like cockroaches. Nobody is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality. This they don't understand, and it will be greatest shock for them, of course. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years. Actually, it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. So basically America is stuck with demoralization, and unless, even if you start right now, here, this minute, you start educating new generation of Americans, it will still take you 15 to 20 years to turn the tide of ideological perception of reality back to normalcy and patriotism. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation, what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy. The influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. He will go to Moscow to kiss the bottoms of new generation of Soviet assassins, never mind. He will create false illusions that the situation is under control. Situation is not under control. Situation is disgustingly out of control. Most of the American politicians, media, and educational system trains another generation of people who think they are living at a peacetime. False. The United States is in the state of war, undeclared total war against the basic principles and the foundations of this system. And the initiator of this war is not Comrade Andropov, of course. It's the system. However ridiculous it may sound, the world communist system, or the world communist conspiracy. However ridiculous it may sound, the world communist system, or the world communist conspiracy, whether I scare some people or not, I don't give a hoot. If you are not scared by now, nothing can scare you. But you don't have to be paranoid about it. What actually happens now, that unlike myself, you have literally several years to live on unless the United States wake up. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to, unless you want to live in Antarctica with penguins.
This is the future. Yours to paint, build, create. Here you can get mad. You can get mad. And do something about it. And make sure no one is ever alone. And make sure no one is ever alone. How we learn and how we pass it on. How we learn and how we pass it on. You tell me. What we eat, what we use, and how we stop wasting it. Down to you. This is your chance to explore the issues that matter most. This is your chance to build the future. To build the future.
reset capitalism is already underway. One opportunity in 2020 is that lots of business people are now talking about purpose and the need to instill new ways beyond pure shareholder value.
What you're seeing happening today is a very necessary return to stakeholder capitalism, if you like, i.e. the idea that business and markets should be set within a wider social context, that business and markets should be set within a wider social context.
It's all about the greater good.
Wider social context.
The greater good.
Investors and business executives are people just like you and me. They have children. Those children are skiving schools on Friday to go on strike against the environment and to go on strike against the environment. How do we become good stewards of the global environment? How do we look ourselves in the eye in 20 years' time and think that we did the right thing? There's lots of statistics out there that show that the younger people are, the more they care about these issues. That the younger people are, the more they care about these issues.
And that's an optimistic sign, I think, that people will be able to lead this change in 2020 in ways that they weren't necessarily in previous years. Business leaders to deliver on promises that they made in 2019, on promises that they made in 2019.
And they know that if they don't get this right, that next generation, the Greta Thunberg generation, is not going to be interested in using their services.
The fear element is pretty clear-cut. Essentially what you have are many C-suites who are waking up and realizing that if they don't start paying attention to stakeholders, they face regulatory pressure, they face consumer backlash, they sometimes face their own protests from their own employees, and they also face potential investor pressure. They face regulatory pressure, they face consumer backlash, they sometimes face their own protests from their own employees, and they also face potential investor pressure. If they can get ahead of the really important social and environmental changes right now, be that renewable energy, be that non-meat alternatives, be that other ways that you can tap into the growing concerns amongst consumers for sustainable products, sustainable products, sustainable products.
And one is going on right now behind closed doors in England. The Bilderberg Group is a meeting of the most influential people in Europe and North America. Wall Street investors, business moguls, politicians, royalty, they're all coming together and keeping the media and everyone else out. What are they discussing? What are they plotting? Doesn't the public have a right to know? Well, apparently, no.
140 members of the global elite arrived here for a top-secret, hush-hush, off-the-record conference in the English countryside. How's this for a guest list? The head of the International Monetary Fund, former Treasury Secretary Tim Geithner, the heads of Amazon.com, Google, and BP Oil, former General and CIA Director David Petraeus, and what's a top-secret cabal of puppet masters without Henry Kissinger? All of them came here today for the Bilderberg Conference.
A new coronavirus spread silently within herds. Infected people got a respiratory illness with symptoms ranging from mild flu-like signs to severe pneumonia. The sickest required intensive care. Many died. Experts agree unless it is quickly controlled, it could lead to a severe pandemic, an outbreak that circles the globe and affects people everywhere. Everywhere.
What we've seen work very well in the HIV field is in fact procurement through the Global Fund. So having a centralized mechanism, so financially able to procure on behalf of affected countries would be critical. Centralized.
We are not out of money, yet. But the fact is we are trending in a dangerous direction and something needs to change.
Countries are reacting in different ways as to how best to manage the lockdowns are being implemented to quell panic.
The social media platforms have to step forward and recognize the moment to assert that they're a technology platform and not a broadcaster is over. They in fact have to be a participant in broadcasting accurate information.
I'm wondering whether it's time to talk about this is a step up from the part of the governments on enforcement actions against fake news.
The economic turmoil caused by such a pandemic will last for years, perhaps a decade. The societal impacts, the loss of faith in government, the distrust of news, and the breakdown of social cohesion could last even longer. We have to ask, did this need to be so bad? Are there things we could have done in the 5 to 10 years leading up to the pandemic that would have lessened the catastrophic consequences? We believe the answer is yes. So, are we as a global community now finally ready to do the hard work?
And that Great Seal of the United States has on it, Novus Order Seclorum, a new order for the centuries, for the ages, forever, and for a couple of 100 years or more. That has always been the case. We're here today because we believe that.
Which hither ye have fought from regions where I
Cover your phone and you're on your way. Amazon One.
Or else they could not buy or sell anything.
Live from Toronto, Canada, The Conspiracy Show with Richard Serra from Zoomer Radio, AM 740.
And welcome to the Audio Imaginarium. Come on in, weary traveler, hang your cloak on a peg, grab a stool, and come gather around the fire. There are stories to be told, and you are among friends. An encounter with a possible alien-human hybrid this hour when David Emmons joins me in mere minutes. This is quite a remarkable story. A second hour, former attorney, now broadcaster Ted Marr drops by from the Pacific Northwest, Seattle. Or is it Chas? We'll find out. Ted is a very interesting fellow. He insists he's found an entrance into the interior of the hollow earth at Mount Shasta in Northern California, and he's also figured out how to time travel using a particular meditation technique. I have to send out birthday greetings to my mom, Norma Serrett. She is 95 years young today. We'll go to see her Tuesday, but we reached out to her on Zoom this afternoon, and she was looking, I must say, absolutely resplendent in her enormous, magnificent sun hat. She looks great, and she is, thank God, in terrific health. Still loves to laugh. She really is a force of nature. She had a bad fall earlier this year. She broke a rib. But she has bounced right back. And sometimes she'll go out into her garden and she'll pull weeds, and sometimes she'll try and do a little too much, and then she'll get a sore back. And then she'll say, I just have to remind myself I'm not 85 anymore. Happy birthday, Mom. I love you. Carlos Cagini is my technical producer. Ryan White is my live stream producer, and we are live streaming on my YouTube channel, Strange Planet. Make sure to like and hit the red sub button. We're trying to get to 21,000 subscribers. Dave Emmons joins us to talk about his experience with alien implants, abductions, and hybrids. Dave has his own radio program at KCOR Radio. He served as a combat leader in Vietnam and also received top-secret nuclear weapons training. After leaving the U.S. Army with an honorable discharge, Dave worked as an electrician, a businessman, and a musician. He had his first UFO contact at the age of 14. Dave Emmons, climb aboard, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, Richard. How are you? It's nice being back on your show.
Yes, indeed. Great to have you. Where is KCOR Radio?
KCOR Radio is out of Las Vegas, and is Tina Coet. She's the CEO and also the producer, and a very sharp producer. And I guess like you, she produces the show, and all I have to do is worry about talking to the guest. So that's nice to have a producer. You're right. You're in a position to have producer, but yeah, I'm just I guess a beginning flunky. Not really, but I was in journalism through my college years, so I had radio and TV journalism back then, and the top secret security clearance, I dumped that going to school in Redstone Arsenal because I was only about ready to turn 20. I didn't like the military intelligence people coming in every week and talking to us, and we were going to end up in some basement in Sandia, New Mexico. So I got out of the class. I had to go to the post chaplain to get out, but my brother got orders for Vietnam, and his wife was about ready to have a baby. So I said, no, I will go for him. So I went instead of him.
Oh, I didn't realize you could do that. You could switch for somebody?
Yeah,
Interesting.
If it's your brother, yes, sibling, they still have that. You don't have to serve. Two brothers don't have to serve in the same combat area.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So I was able to bump his arc and went.
Quite a sacrifice. Quite a sacrifice.
Yeah, I ended up being in infantry, a platoon sergeant. I was platoon leader, and ended up being in infantry. And I did a good job, and it made a man out of me. So I don't know what the top secret security Sandia, New Mexico would have turned out to be, but roads split, whatever, we go different ways. And
right. Well, you've had quite a varied career: businessman, musician, some
Right.
journalist training, now a broadcaster. Let's talk about your first UFO contact at the age of 14. What happened?
Okay, it was a buddy of mine. We were in Alton, Illinois. I'm still in Alton, really. I come back from Alaska for a couple of years and come back here. But it was an summer evening. We were out of school, and it was about 10:30 at night. We were sitting on his steps, and he lived with his dad in the downstairs apartment, and we were out drinking a Pepsi and a glass bottle. That'll age me right there. And we were listening to
I remember those.
Yeah, and we were listening to a 10 transistor radio and the snapping and popping. And I asked my friend, I said, "Didn't you change the battery?" He said, "Yeah, I did." And then we smelled something, and it was kind of like sulfur smell. But we looked up, we saw these two bright little, they weren't big lights, they were smaller lights, but they were bright. And there was one red light in the back of this it was a dark object, what we can see at that time, just over the treetops. So we got up on the street, him and I, and he grabbed a flashlight. He started blinking at this thing with a flashlight. And maybe that was a way of communicating. They communicate in light, I believe. And if you blink something at them, like a laser or a flashlight, they will note that, and they'll actually, I guess, just stand there or just be still and notice you. But we walked up to this empty lot. It was only about 2-3 houses up the street, and we walked up to this empty lot, stood there, and we was actually overlooking my backyard. I lived on the other side of the street through a wood line, and it was my backyard that this craft, it was 30 feet wide, about 15 tall, and it was dark on the bottom, and we kept looking at it, and we pinched each other to see if it was real, and we couldn't believe it. He was 13. He was a little younger than me, but we were both of age to know what we were seeing, but he pinched me too hard, and I said, "Ow, that hurt." And he says, "Well, I had to make sure we're not dreaming." I said, "Well, do it to yourself." So we kind of, as a kids, we were clowning around a little bit, but we weren't really that frightened about it, but we was just awestruck looking at this thing. It looked like one of these bubbly tops that back in the old times where you wound them up with a little corkscrew or whatever it was. And it had a bottom part that was kind of pudgy, and then a second layer that had windows or portals in it. And I didn't want to look at the windows and portals because I didn't want them to look out. I didn't want to see what they looked like. On top, there was kind of like a bubble cap, just like a cap, and then it had two antennae sticking out. So it must have been.
Sounds like the quintessential UFO sighting, really.
This
is in the middle of the day?
No, this is 10:30 at night.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
It was at night. All right.
Mm-hmm. And
now, sorry, excuse me, Dave, but you said something interesting. Initially, you said you smelled sulfur.
Right.
And then you said, but it was ozone. But sulfur and ozone are very different. Like sulfur, I mean, that's a very distinct smell. And I recently had a demonologist on the program, and he talked about, sulfur, the smell of sulfur when there was what he considered to be demonic activity. Have you ever thought there might be a connection there?
No, not really, because what happened after we stood there for a while, we lost track of time. We didn't really know what happened after that, and we were looking at the craft, and we nothing happened. We were just frozen. I guess that's when they dumb you down. I would imagine they shoot this magnetic energy at you, and they dumb you down, and everything's okay. It's kind of like having 2 or 3 cocktails, and you're just chilled out and you're mellow. And what happened was we stood there, and then all of a sudden we kind of come back to ourselves again. And I saw this craft. I drew it out, and it's amazing how when you draw, how simple it is. You draw something out, and you can actually place where you've been and where it come, what direction it come, and where it was setting. It was setting in the southwest when I drew it out, and it was taking off in the west. I mean, it just shot out right through the clouds, and it was just moving really fast. So both of us went to our homes. I went to my house. My mom had the door locked, and she said, "Don't you know what time it is?" I said, "No, I don't, Mom." I said, "I just saw a UFO, a flying saucer." And she says, "Get in the house, I'll flying saucer your butt." And I said, "Okay."
She wasn't buying it.
No, she wasn't. She thought it was just a trick to stay out late. But my buddy went to his dad and he said, "Hey, Dad, I saw a flying saucer." And he said, "Yeah, son, yeah, go to sleep." So my mom was mad because she had to go and open up the door and it was late. I don't even know if she really knows what time it was. Now she's not being able to tell me, remember that she's 92, and I'd appreciate what you said about your mother. God bless your mom, and you love your mom. Yeah. Sounds like it. And my mom's 92, and she's still very bright and very, she can talk very well. She can tie a whole sentence together. Biden can't do that. But,
that's true. That's true. But so there was some missing time there. Do you think? I mean, does that if there was, that might be an indication of an abduction?
Yes, I can tell you what I've had. I've had a regression, a real lucid dream. I was sitting on this metal table. It was in a dark room. It was kind of warm. I felt it was kind of warm, and I was really groggy, just like you were after a surgery, after an anesthetic. And I was trying to put on a shirt that was too small for me. And I remember trying and trying. I couldn't do it. And then apparently things changed. My buddy was a little smaller than me. I was a little chubby guy at that time, and still am, I guess. But he had a smaller shirt, and I couldn't get it on. These were button shirts that we wore back then. So we finally, I guess, got the right clothes. But as a journalist, I keep track of notes, and I have a ledger. It's getting about 300 pages long now. I've had some new things happen since February, but I keep this ledger and the notes in it. But I remember everything by heart. I take no notes on when I'm talking. These things, when they're burned into your mind, you never forget them. But the fact, I have to follow the facts. And one fact that we saw this UFO, correct. We saw it, but then afterwards I had that lucid dream, and then secondly, 3 weeks or 4 weeks afterwards, somewhere in there, I felt something in my left testicle, and it was kind of solid, and I thought, what is that? And then I looked down, and there was a thin red line, a real thin red line, like a laser cut. I looked at that, and I said, I wonder what that is. So I kept pushing this object towards that red line. How I thought about doing all that together at 14, I had some thought or some premonition that something was there that I can push out. So I kept pushing it out this red line, and it finally popped out. And then I had it in my hand. It looked like a little M&M or a little Advil pill, and it was ash color, kind of light. And as I held it out, it started getting darker and darker as I held it out. And I showed my mom. And she says, "Get rid of that thing." She said, "That's probably an ingrown hair or something." I said, "No, Mom, there was a hole cut for it." She looked at me, she said, "A hole?" I said, "Yeah, a thin red line in my testicle." I said, "It was cut to take it in or out." And then she stopped. She didn't have an answer for that. She goes, "Throw it away. Just throw it away." Come to find out, she had her own UFO experiences when she was a child with her family, and she's had them in the last 30, 40 years also.
They say it's generational. And what about your buddy? Is he still with us? Does he have memories of this?
Yes, he does have memories of it. I talked to him just last week. We get together, and a lot of times people will bring it up, especially my older brother. He's always interested to hear the story again. But yeah, we talk about it. The last time we talked about it was about a year ago, and we compared notes on it, and he's never had, at least he says, he's never had a follow-up visit like I have. I've had all kinds of different things happen to me. The implant in my testicle, I knew was there because the thin red line laser cut.
Right.
That was a fact that something.
What happened to that implant, Dave? What happened to the implant? Do you still have it?
No. My mom told me to throw it away. We didn't even have cameras back then. We were a kind of a large family. We couldn't really afford too much, so we didn't really have a camera or would have taken a picture of it. But that's a long time ago, and so.
Sure.
But that's how I had proof that yes, we were taken on board that ship because of the implant and also because of the lucid dream that I had being inside a darkened room.
That's the first of many encounters.
Right.
Was that the one and only abduction?
No, that wasn't. I was playing music and going to school a lot. Matter of fact, I passed out working so much, and the doctor told me to slow down. It was 20 years after that, well, probably a little longer than that. It was 1996 when I had my first face-to-face with ET again. So I was in bed, and I was with my ex-wife at the time and had an adopted daughter, and she liked to keep it dark in the room. So we kept it dark. We put the blankets over the drapes. So there was something coming in the room. It was kind of shadowing the mirror on the dresser. I got up on my elbow and I had my cheek in my hand, and I said, I called out her name, and several times she wouldn't answer. I thought she was coming in to get aspirins out of our medicine cabinet because she had headaches a lot. And something walked around the corner of the bed. It walked. So I changed my hands, and I thought it was going to be her to ask me where the medicine's at. And I put my hand in my face, and I looked at this thing. It was about 3.5 feet tall, and it looked right at me. And I looked at it for about 5 or 6 seconds. I thought I was going to crap in the bed. I mean, I was scared.
Dear Lord!
This thing had.
Was it a typical gray?
Not like a lot of people. The commercial grays are too smooth. This one here was wrinkled. I mean, he was really wrinkled. He didn't have the black lens on his eyes, telling me that those black lenses are optional. So his eyes were like ours. He had the white pupils. I couldn't see what color they were, but they were dark eyes. And he was really wrinkled. He had a small little cut for a mouth and 2 little holes for a nose. And he had the bigger eyes than us. And 3.5 feet. He was gray-green in the dark. It looked like it was a contrasting gray and green looking individual. But when he stared at me for a while, I just went limp and I fell asleep. After that, I guess it was about an hour or so when I woke up, and I asked my wife, I said, "Did you see or hear anything?" And she goes, "No, go to bed." And so I went to the restroom and I splashed cold water in my face because my eyes were they were just moving rapidly. I was having I was closing my eyes and opening them real fast, and it was like a nervous tick. And I said, "What's going on?" So I splashed more cold water in my face and walked around, tried to shake it off. And I was going to work early that morning, so I couldn't go back to bed. I was so hyped up. So I went in and watched TV, and I just thought, wow, they're back. This is something I remember back in '63. I thought myself, I heard that they followed people. And I thought maybe after 20 years or so, being real busy, they might have visited me, and I never knew it, because 50% of the people.
Maybe they couldn't. Excuse me, Dave. Maybe they couldn't find you because you took out the tracking device. Is that possible?
Possibility. That's a possibility. But what I'm getting at is that the first thing coming to my mind is they're back. And because of the event back in 1963. And then I just had that same feeling here a while back, and I'll get into that real quick, though. But no, getting back to the sulfur and the ozone, I guess the clarification on that, when I smelled ozone, I thought it was kind of sulfur smell. That's why I acquainted it with that. And you probably correct, but it did smell like sulfur. But it was burning at the bottom of the ship because it was black. At the bottom of the ship where it come into the atmosphere. It must have come in pretty fast, and it was burning the oxygen, dioxide, and the carbon dioxide and the carbon monoxide is burning all that and causing a sulfur smell, I guess. I call it ozone, but it may not be the ozone smell that everybody's used to, but I thought I smelled ozone once and it smelled like that. That's why I say that. But it was a strong sulfur smell to get down to the bottom dollar of it. But yeah, I knew that they were back after 1996. That was in 96 when that happened. And
so it just, excuse me, Dave. So between 63 and 96, there was nothing?
Nothing that was confronted with, nothing I saw. I could have been visited, but I didn't know it because I did a lot of playing of music, and us rock guys, we drank a lot. I didn't do drugs, but I drank a lot. And so I was out most of the time, or I was even too tired to even, if an alien come in, I would have just rolled around and say, okay, do what you want. I was so tired and worked so hard during those years And like you said, maybe they did lose track, but if they did, then that means that the family thing is not it may not be the thing that's involved with my
Interesting.
tracking.
Listen, Dave, I got to jump in here because we've got a break coming up.
All right.
Just sit tight. When we come back, we'll talk about your encounter with a possible human-alien hybrid. Dave Emmons, my guest. More to come on The Conspiracy Show. Don't go away.
Where there's smoke, there's The Conspiracy Show with Richard Syrett from Zoomer Radio.
Hey, welcome back. Just want to give you a heads up. Coming up in early July, the first week of July, the first of a series of what I'm calling digital town halls or web conferences I'll be hosting. And the first one is July the 9th, featuring Jim Elvidge, the author of Digital Consciousness, A Transformative Vision. And he'll join me for 90 minutes, a 60-minute presentation interview, followed by 30 minutes of Q&A. This will all take place over Zoom. And again, more details will be coming shortly at strangeplanet.ca. I will be creating a special landing page that I'll be directing you to subscribe and for more information. I just wanted to put that out there early, but more details coming soon. A series of web conferences, the first with Jim Elvidge on digital consciousness, coming up, excuse me, on July the 9th. All right, back to my conversation with David Emmons. And David, let's just jump right in and talk about your encounter with a possible alien-human hybrid.
Okay. I saw 5 up-close ships, but we can get to this hybrid thing right here. I guess we can start off with it since it is a little lengthy story. But it was something in it was 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012. I had a lot of activity. I mean, a lot. I had airports. I had all kinds of things going on. I was abducted electrically. I was almost shocked to death, I thought. But the hybrid probably brought this on. I went to Sedona October 4th, and I went there and I rested for a couple hours, and I went out on the town. I went to visit this one shop. It was a jewelry shop. They told me there was a UFO scene at Cathedral Rock in Sedona. Those who know Sedona would probably know where I'm talking about. But
Sure. What year is this, incidentally, Dave? Sorry.
It's 2010, October 2010. Right. And it was about 6:30 in the evening. I pulled in the parking place there at Cathedral Rock, and I got my camera out, my video camera. I started recording around the Cathedral Rock, hoping I can catch a UFO. And then here pulls in behind me a little white car. We were the only two in that car lot there. So she pops out, and she was a Japanese gal, about 5'4", something like that. And she wore a real thin white sweater, and she had denims on, and they were muddy at the bottom of the leg. And I noticed that. And I turned the camera to her, and I filmed her and said, "I'm here filming UFOs." And she just kind of looked at me. She put her hands together, and she kind of looked at me like a little puppy. I couldn't figure it out. And I asked her, I said, "Are you going for a hike? Are you waiting for some friends?" She goes, No, not. And she said, "We were supposed to meet." I said, "We were supposed to meet?" I said, "What's your name?" And she said, "Hiroko." And I said, "Mine's Dave." And I said, "But I didn't know that we were supposed to meet." And she goes, "Yes, we were supposed to meet." I said, "Really?" I said, "Well, you don't want to go out hiking because it started raining." So I said, "You want to get in the car?" And she did. And as soon as we got in the car, there was another car that pulled up beside me, about one parking space over. This looked like a guy in his late 20s. He had close cropped hair. He had a headset on, and he never looked at me once. And I thought, okay, in my right mind, if my I guess combat thinking, I would think, okay, this is a setup. There's something going on here. But apparently when she looked at me, she had such strong, dark eyes that it just, I told her, I said, quit looking at me like that. You're burning a hole in the back of my head. And I knew that there was some energy there that I wasn't, I wasn't too happy about.
Right.
I see right through me.
Let me ask you something, because here you've met this woman for like 10 seconds and already you've invited her into your car. Was she having some hypnotic effect on you? Because that's not on. You don't invite a complete stranger into your car, right?
Yes, she did have control of me in that way. When it started raining, I said, "Okay, you want to go in the car and talk?" And she goes, "Sure." Yeah, I was just saying that I was just kind of mellowed out, like, okay, nothing's going on here. But otherwise, I had a license to carry a gun. I had a gun in my console, and I would have taken some kind of evasive action, but I didn't think about it. It was kind of like I said, okay, this is fine. She didn't carry nothing. She didn't have a weapon on her, or she didn't carry a purse. She didn't have rings. She didn't have jewelry. She didn't have a cell phone. She had nothing. And so I thought, okay, she can't be too harmful if she has nothing on her. I just thought I'd talk to her. But we started talking, and this guy pulled up, and I looked over, and I looked at her, and she looked at me. But as she was talking, she would try to elicit emotions from me. She'd say, what would you do in case you had a fight with your coworker and this person doesn't like you? I said, well, I'd try to make peace. I said, because if you continue to fight, I said, you're going to get fired. And she said, okay. And then
that's a strange question.
Yes.
That's a strange question.
Yes, a lot of red flags. And then she asked me, she said, my mom and dad fight, and they make me, cry. And I said, oh, really? And I said, this guy took off, and I kept my eye on him, and I was talking.
The guy with the headset. The guy with the headset.
Right. The guy with the headset that I thought maybe he might have been one of these alphabet people. I don't know. But
right.
I sat there and kept talking to her, and then she said, I feel really sad. My mom and dad are like that. And then she started crying. It was a put-on cry, and I knew it. I kind of looked at her and said, what is this? I put my hand on her hand just to kind of calm her down, and her hand was burning hot. I mean, it was really hot. I took my hand off hers. I said, you have a fever? Are you sick? She looks at me and goes, no. And I said, you're burning hot. I said, normally, this is cool night. I said, you just have a thin sweater on. And I said, you should be chilly. And she goes, no, I'm not. And then this guy pulls in again with the headset. I look over and I look at her and I said, do you know him? She goes, no. And at this time, when I turned around and looked at him, she shrank down in the seat. And I must have been...
She was hiding from him.
Well, not that. It looked like she turned into a little gray. Her eyes got bigger. And
she literally shrank. She physically shrank.
Yeah, she kind of shrank. I thought, I turned around, I looked at her, and then she kind of stared at me more to like saying, okay, don't do anything. Everything's fine. I looked at my console, and I turned around and looked at this guy again parked next to us, and then she got back to regular size. She got back up in the seat a little bit. I thought, what's going on? But I was so numbed down. They call it dumb down, actually, and it's a magnetic energy that they put on you that dumbs you down. So she kept talking, and she said she knew 20 languages, and she knew English, but she couldn't read English. So I read her a card. There was a card there in the card, and she said, would you read that for me? And I read it for her. And I said, you know 20 languages, and you speak English very well. And I said, you can't read English? She goes, no, I can't. And she said, we were supposed to meet. She told me that again in the car. I said, could you explain why were we supposed to meet? She said, we were. And she said, I'm glad to meet you. And I said, I'm glad to meet you too, but I don't know where this is all going. And then she said she had to have a baby. And I thought, you have to have a baby? And she goes, yes, I have to have a baby. This time, this guy pulled in for the third time after he left, and I thought for sure there was some kind of a connection. He was either CIA or something that was following her, maybe, and they knew who she was. So she was in the car with me, and they were listening in to see what she was telling me, probably. That's my thoughts. She didn't give me anything that was technical, anything that I can glean from. I asked her, I said, are you an angel? She goes, no, I'm no angel. I said, you are from here, right? She goes, yes, I'm from Tokyo. I said, okay. Fine. And so I think...
Did she know anything about you? Did she know anything about you? About your personal life? Did she know your name?
No, she did not say anything to I guess, reveal herself. She kept everything quiet. I've always thought to myself, if a hybrid revealed themselves, they're gone. They're not going to be here on this planet any longer. They're going to be taken somewhere else and gone. So she didn't admit to anything. I mean, even when I said UFO, she'd give me a dirty look. So she was just real quiet and not telling me anything. And she knew about me, but she didn't tell me that she knew about me. So we took off. She went in her car and my car, went back to the lodge. I asked her, I said, you want to meet for breakfast the next day? So we did. She was a little late getting there, and she didn't know anything about credit cards. I asked her, I said, you checked out of your room? Did you get your credit card and everything straightened out? She said, credit card? I said, yeah, you better call them and make sure you're checked out properly. That way they know that you're not going to stay another day. And so she called some room or some place. So we went and we ate, and we were standing there first and waiting in a line. There's about 12 people. Here's another red flag that I took down the night before I went to my lodge room. I took down a bunch of notes. Like I said, I'm a journalist and I keep notes. So I took about 2 or 3 pages of notes of things that she said and things that I thought was a red flag. Well, the next day she was standing there looking at about 10, 12 people, and she said, all these people. I looked at her and I said, all these people? She goes, yes, but Tokyo's got about 1 million people per block, just about.
Right. Right.
I mean, that number could be fictitious, but I'm just saying, she should have seen lots of people in Tokyo. So we went out visiting some of the I guess the buttes, and she was wasn't saying much. I gave her some water. She didn't drink much water, and
did she eat? Did you notice her eating?
Yes, she ate a little bit. Yes, she ate a little bit of egg and what we had breakfast there. She ate a little bit, but not very much. And the next day, she didn't eat very much when we finished our little tour. And she didn't say too much the next day to me, but except, again, that she had to have a baby and we were supposed to meet. She kept repeating that, and it drove me crazy. So we went to this little pizza place, and she had a piece of pizza, and she had a little black bag this time, a little canvas bag. And it didn't look like something a lady would carry. And she still, no jewelry, no glasses, no nothing on her, So
did the man with the headset show up again?
No, not during the day. But there was a strange guy that was, he was a Japanese older gentleman. He had a bunch of camera gear on. And he walked past us one time, and then we was on top of airport lookout there in Sedona that afternoon, and we were looking out, and he walked past us, and he looked at me kind of weird. I can tell when somebody's throwing some messages at you with their eyes. I looked.
All right, Dave, I got to jump in here. Excuse me. We'll take another time out, come back, continue to talk about your encounter with Hiroko,
yes,
a potential alien-human hybrid. Right. My name is Richard Serrett. This is The Conspiracy Show. Don't go away.
Big Brother is listening, and so are you, to The Conspiracy Show with Richard Serrett from Zoomer Radio. To speak with Richard, call 416-360-0740 or toll free 1-866-740-4740.
Dave Emmons is here with a remarkable story. His encounter with a potential alien-human hybrid, Hiroko, a young Japanese woman he met in Sedona near Cathedral Rock back in 2010. And Dave has his own show at KCOR Radio in Las Vegas. Just before we proceed, Dave, how do we listen to the show? When is it, and how can we tune in?
Well, on a Thursday night at 10 o'clock my time, I have a 2-hour show, and it's on KCOR, and it's out of Las Vegas. I'm in Illinois, so I do a Skype thing. I've had guests. Grant Cameron was my opener, and I really like that guy. We get along really well, and I'm really appreciative he did my opener. And I've had Peter Robbins, Dave Marler, Nancy Tremaine. I've had, quite a few good guests. I have fun interviewing them. I guess you know that too. You learn a lot from each person you interview.
Sure.
And for me, it's kind of an experience to put another piece of the puzzle together for me.
Okay, so K-Core, Thursday nights, 10 p.m. Pacific, so 7 p.m. Eastern. Oh, 10 p.m. your time in Illinois. Okay, right. So that's Central. So 11 p.m. Eastern, Thursday nights. And can we listen online?
Yes, you can. You can go to the archives of K-Core and listen to my shows online. And there's several other shows, or quite a few other shows on K-Core.
Okay, so is that kcore.com, kcor.com?
Right, that's it. Mm-hmm.
And then terrific. Okay. So back to Sedona, and this is what, day 3, day 4? You're spending some time with this young Japanese woman, Hiroko.
It was day 2. It was the next day.
Day 2.
That we ate, and she was sitting there and looking at me. Her eyes were completely black and glistening, and I looked at her and I said, "Hiroko, you're staring again." And she says, "I like you." I said, "I like you too." I was getting the impression, Richard, that this was kind of a daughter type relationship. It was weird, but I was feeling that. And then she kept repeating again before she left, got in her car. She said she had to take off to Los Angeles. And I said, "Oh, really?" She goes, "Yes." And so she left around 3. I stayed the night. And then the next day it started raining. So I left, went back home. What I didn't know was what happened that night. And I didn't have the regressed real lucid dream until later on. But we'll hear back to Hiroko 6 months later. This is where the proof of the pudding comes in. How I say it, as far as facts fall in line. 6 months later, March 17th, 2011, her and 2 young Japanese boys, I know it was her, they showed up at my door. Actually, the 2 boys were standing on the driveway, and it was about 10 feet away from the front porch, and my cousin was with me. We were sitting there smoking a cigar and enjoying the nice weather, about 72 degrees on a St. Patrick's Day, and
in Illinois,
right? And it was.
How did you exchange addresses? How did she find you?
No, the only card I give her was a card that had my name on it, and I give her my phone number or my email because she wanted me to send pictures. I got pictures of her, about 9 of them, and she wanted me to send the pictures. It was very important that I send the pictures. I said, "Okay, I'll do it. I'll make sure." But I give her a card with my email, and then she gave me her email. I had a detective friend look her email up, and he couldn't trace it. It was just nowhere to be found. But I wrote and sent her the pictures, I guess about 2 weeks or 3 weeks later, and I wrote her a couple of times, and it seemed like different people answered me in the emails, the different writing, different. Well, she couldn't print the English because she couldn't speak it, so somebody else was taking care of her. And there's always like, I guess Dr. David Jacobs said there's 3. There's a person at security, and that could have been the guy in the car. And number 2, a sponsor. That could have been the older Japanese guy that give us some weird looks. And then 3, the hybrid. And that's how they form up together and teach the hybrid how to melt into our society. But they need to learn our emotions. And that's why she was extracting them from me. And I realized...
But again, she shows up at your door in Illinois, and you had not given your address. So how did she find you?
Well, here's how she found me. I'll go to this first, then I'll come back to this. But I was in my room at the lodge, and it was room 14, and I was in the bed on the I guess you'd say the left side if you're facing the bed, and I was laying in that spot. And I was woke up. Somebody was putting a brown tan hose down between my legs, and I kicked it away with my knee. And then they put me out. Then I went out. Then the lucid dream that I had is regression. Somebody was walking me back and forth in the room. I could see the patio doors in which it had, and I saw the little table and a chair sitting there. And so that entity was sitting there. And they was walking me back and forth, and they had a bright light about 6 inches wide, and it looked like a fluorescent tube, and it was taking it up and down my face and in my eyes, and it hurt every time it hit my eyes. And then they must have left me alone. I think what they were trying to do was erase my memory, because they use light to erase memories.
All right, I've got to take one final time
Okay.
out here, Dave. Hold on. We'll come back in just mere moments, and we'll finish up this remarkable story. Dave Emmons, my guest, and we are discussing a human-alien hybrid. And don't go away.
Peering into the shadows, where the truth often hides. You're listening to The Conspiracy Show with Richard Serrett from Zoomer Radio.
Welcome back. Dave Emmons is with us. Dave, we have about 8-9 minutes here, so we've got to bring this to some sort of a resolution as best we can. So again, she arrives at your. Well, let me back up. So, what do you think happened in that hotel room? Were they withdrawing something from you in order to create a baby in vitro?
Yes, I saw the hose before between my legs, and another incident in my home in Godfrey, and I know what that hose is, and that's the same one they use to go, and they stimulate you, and they get the semen from you, and then they get a sample, and they're done. That's how they usually do it, and that's what that little green guy did to me. Gray green guy did after I went out. He probably did an electronic stimulation and got the semen, and it's easy as that. They just get it and they're gone, and they might check your DNA or whatever, but it's so simple for them to do. And I saw the light that they used. I did see some of the technology. Actually, in lucid dreams, I saw the light that they used to erase your memory. So that's exactly how they do it.
But it didn't work. They tried to erase your memory, but it didn't work.
Yeah, I got most of it, but I don't know exactly what all went in that night. But I got most of what was going on. So yeah, it didn't really work. So maybe Hiroko wanted me to know some of that information, but it was March 17th, 2011. There was 3 of them standing at the stop sign. And then they all started walking towards us. My cousin looked and he said, "Those are Chinese coming towards us?" I said, "No, those are Japanese." I said, "I think I know the lady." And she stopped about halfway, turned her back to us, and then 2 young boys finished walking up to my driveway. And she was just far enough away where I couldn't really see her face too well, and she turned her back to me. But I know the way she was standing, she had the same clothes on, the white little sweater and the denims. And I said, I told my cousin, I said, "I know her. That's Hiroko." He said, "Who in the hell is Hiroko?" I said, "I'll tell you later." These 2 young guys come up. They were dressed, I guess, like young people dress, and they didn't look out of the way. But one of them looked like he was about 15. The other one looked like he was about maybe 16 or 17, and he was taller. And he's the one who asked me, he says, "Where's the new Walmart?" And I thought, what a crazy question. So I said, "It's over this viaduct, and it's right over there." And then that was the last words I was able to say. My cousin, I looked over to him. His head was hanging down. He was almost asleep. I wanted to find out who they were. We couldn't talk. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Did they come in the house?
Yeah,
Did they come in the house?
Yes, one did. One walked right past me, got a little brown attaché case, and that's where I kept my UFO notes, and actually the notes on his mother, should I say. And he opened up and he looked at me, and he looked inside the case, and I looked at him. I can only have the visuals. I couldn't talk. I was thinking, but I couldn't talk. I couldn't speak the words. We were totally dumbed down. And apparently he walked past me again, put the brown attaché case where I left it. And I didn't think about it until later on. I said, "My goodness, he walked past me. I didn't even know it." So
why do you assume that he was her son?
It all kind of, Richard, it all kind of fits together. They've been taking DNA from me like 96. I knew for sure that there was something done to me there. The little green gray guy wouldn't walk in that room for nothing. So I figured that happened then. And then by the time that these 2, they were probably teenagers at the time.
These are your children, in other words.
Could be. I've had people take a look at the pictures and they said that you see her cheekbones and her chin. It looks like my facial features. She doesn't look typically the Japanese round face kind of.
Wait a minute. Now I'm confused.
Yeah.
You said that you addressed these boys as maybe her children.
Right.
So I thought that they were your children, but Hiroko is their mother, so she had children with you in vitro. Is that what you're saying? So Hiroko is not your daughter.
Well, I don't know about that. That's she was kind of, I felt like she was a daughter type thing. And I thought these were grandkids that come to see me. And they did more than, yeah, my grandkids, basically, from the lineage. I don't, that's what's confusing about this thing. They show you the kids one time. It could be her kids. It could be my kids with my DNA. It could have been way back since I've had I guess this ET thing going on almost all my life. I don't know exactly when that DNA or that sperm could have been taken to make even her or the
And
kid.
they took some more. They took some more in 2010 in Sedona.
Yes.
So how many star children, if I can use that term, do you suppose you might have?
I don't know, Richard. I don't really. That's the weird part about it. That's what I keep scratching my head about. What is this all about? And who were they? But I got the impression that you only meet these people once, the kids, and I met them. They walked away, and when they got up to her, my cousin started waking up. He said, "What's going on?" And he looked and he said, "Did you see them walk up to the lady?" I said, "Yeah, I saw them." And he said, "What the?" He started cussing. So I said, "I'll tell you." They met. They walked up to the stop sign together, and that was about maybe 250 feet away from us. And we watched them. We just stood there. We sat there and we watched them, and we just turned and said something to each other, and they were gone in a flash. They didn't go up the road or down the road. They just beamed up. I guess they were gone. And he said, "Can you see them?" I said, "No, they're not anywhere to be found." They didn't have a car. They didn't jump in a car. Or they didn't walk. They just beamed up and they were gone. And my cousin turned pale white. He got up and he was cussing me. He said, "Dave," he said, "you and these ETs," he said, you're running into danger with dealing with this type of stuff." Well, I said, "I'm not dealing with them. They came here." And he gets in his truck and he was gone. He was scared to death. And I was sitting there wondering what the hell just happened. So after you get dumbed down and you go through something like that, you wonder what is going on. And I still don't really totally know.
And Hiroko, when she came to your house with these two boys, who may have been your grandchildren,
or even
right?
Yep.
Did she look old enough to have boys that age? How old was she?
She looked like she was in her early 30s. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
that would mean she was very young then.
Yes.
If these boys were 15, 16.
Yes.
And did she say anything to you in Illinois?
No. She turned her back. She didn't show me her face. She didn't want me to know who she was. I knew who she was. I can tell by looking, but I couldn't see her face. No, she and the boys didn't say anything to us except the one question. The one kept jiggling his leg and looking at me. And I thought, what's going on here?
What's the point of all that? Why the family reunion, do you suppose?
They do that. They'll bring a baby back to a mother. You've heard of women having eggs taken away from them, and then you have a child, and then in a few months they're taken away, and they'll bring them back one time to show you the baby, and then that's it. You won't see them again.
Earlier on, you mentioned Dr. David Jacobs.
Right.
And Dr. Jacobs thinks that this whole human-alien hybrid program is rather sinister. He seems to think they, whatever they are raising an army. What do you think?
I think they're infiltrating us. They're walking amongst us. Sometimes I actually saw a couple of strange people that I thought were reptilian. The reptilians can shapeshift, and they shapeshift mostly in the form of a woman, and usually very attractive. So they can attract the man, and then they have babies, or they get the sperm of a man in the old traditional way, not the way that they did me with the hose. but that's how they do it. So it's something was she a shapeshifter? Was she a gray shapeshifter? Was she a reptilian shapeshifter? Who knows? I don't really know. Was she a hybrid? More than likely, she was a hybrid because of the way she asked questions and she tried to elicit emotions from me, and that was the red flag.
And that was the last contact you had with Hiroko?
Right. Yes, it was. But just before that, in 2011, I had one of my biggest abduction attacks, I guess you can say. It was about 1:30 in the afternoon. I got really tired. And this is the way it starts on you. They get that magnetic energy working when you get real tired. So I rested my back. I have a bad back. So I leaned on my left side and I cupped my chin in my left hand. And I heard all this crackling behind me. I mean, it was kind of like stomping on about 3 boxes of crackers all at one time. And it was just really crackling behind me. And I turned around to look and it hit me in the shoulder. And then I stiffened out. I couldn't move. And then I tried to move again. It hit me again. So I was really frozen then. I was looking out my door. It was a sunny day. I can move my eyes. I can look out the door, and that's all I can do. And I heard my sister voice in the hallway calling me, said, "Dave, you can do it. Come on, you can do it." She was talking to me, but guess what? She passed away 4 years before that event.
Oh, dear Lord. We've got about 60 seconds here.
But then I felt the baby's hand in my fingers. It was at the headboard. And I thought, why are they showing me baby fingers and a palm? And I felt of it. And I said, oh, that's a human palm and fingers. Then something heavy sat beside me. And then that's when I just really jumped out of the bed and I said, oh, God, help me. So it was all over within an instant. David Jacobs told me, he said they were bringing you back. They weren't abducting you. That was your coming back. I said, really?
Okay, I've got to wrap it up here, Dave. We'll have to have you back on to continue this very quickly. Give us a website or some place where we can see pictures of you and Hiroko.
Okay, I don't really usually publish the pictures of Hiroko, but I do have videos on YouTube. It's Dave Emmons ET event. I actually have a reptilian in my trail camera looking in the camera. I actually go through that on YouTube. Yeah.
Okay. I will have to leave it there. But Dave, thank you so much for this. Great talking to you again. We'll do it again.
I love being on your show. Really like it.
All right. Thank you, Dave. When we come back, time travel.